In May of 2024, a man named Herb Bebebek uploaded this eerie footage to his TikTok account. The recording comes from a home security camera during the dead of night. It shows something that is both strange and deeply disturbing. Initially, the video shows a simple view of the property. The yard is still and silent under the heavy darkness. Everything seems normal until you notice a strange movement. A pale figure emerges from the shadows and begins to walk slowly across the lawn. The shape looks like a woman wearing long, flowing clothes. She does not look toward the house or acknowledge the camera at all. Some people think this is a real person who looks blurry because of the low light. Security cameras often make shadows and clothing blend together into a hazy shape. Even with a logical explanation, the way she moves is undeniably spectral. She walks with a slow, rhythmic pace that feels like a dream. I feel terrible for the homeowner because seeing a stranger in your yard at 3 a.m. is my worst nightmare. This is why I always double check my door locks before I go to bed. It makes me wonder who this woman was and what she was doing out there. Was she just a neighbor who got lost in the dark, or was she searching for something she lost a long time ago? Maybe she is a spirit who is just determined to get her nightly steps in. The way she vanishes into the darkness at the edge of the frame is chilling. I cannot imagine waking up and seeing this on my phone the next morning. What do you think you would do if you caught this on your own camera? This footage is genuinely unsettling. I am being completely serious when I say this is hard to watch. This specific incident was captured in Honduras. If you look closely at the background, you can see Congresswoman Gladys Aurora Lopez.
No nos dejan entrar.
Interviene, dice la Constitución en el 205, a poder llevar a cabo la declaratoria si el
Gladys, viene Gladys Aurora, Teresita, Cali, también Teresita, ¿qué es lo que está pasando ahí?
¿A dónde? ¿Aquí en el Congreso?
Sí, ¿por qué no entran?
No nos dejan entrar.
In this video, a group of people are surrounded by reporters and are being asked several questions. Suddenly, an unknown individual in the crowd hurls an object. It is difficult to determine exactly what the item was, however, it appears to be a type of explosive device. The object detonated immediately. The woman in the frame was struck by the blast. This caused an immense amount of chaos and panic for everyone nearby. I feel terrible that she had to experience such a terrifying and random act of violence. It is frightening how a normal interview can turn into a tragedy in a heartbeat. Despite the intensity of the explosion, reports confirm she survived and did not suffer any major permanent injuries. Initially, it was unclear if this was a targeted attack or random madness. Authorities had to move with a quick response to secure the area. The investigation into who threw the device remains ongoing. This is why I always feel nervous in large uncontrolled crowds. You simply never know what someone is hiding in their hands. In June 2025, a worker named MYUU Brandon Sanchez shared a TikTok video that might make you avoid funeral homes forever. MYUU describes how he and his colleagues have been hearing bizarre noises echoing through the halls. These sounds happen even when the building is entirely empty. As he records the room, he insists that everything is normal. He claims there are only shadows and silence around him, but at the 30-second mark, a terrifying event proves him wrong.
Miren como tenemos rato escuchando ruidos aquí en esta zona. Si vemos, pues está solo y creemos que pues hay algo aquí porque pues se empiezan a mover así como que medio raro. Miren, 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 miren. Miren cómo se mueve, miren, 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 miren. Miren cómo se mueve. No hay nada. No hay nada, no hay nada, no hay nada. Está mi compañero, pero pues si vemos estamos solos.
In this video by Matsuo, we see a heavy coffin lid suddenly lift and open on its own. There's no one inside the casket and no one standing near the display. The visual is chilling, but the fear in Matsuo's voice makes it feel much worse. Initially, some viewers thought it might be a spirit trying to communicate from the other side. Others suggested that air pressure or faulty metal hinges caused the movement. However, the quick motion of the wood makes those theories hard to believe. I feel terrible for anyone who has to work alone in a place filled with so much sadness and mystery. This is why I always prefer to be in well-lit, crowded areas at night. Shortly after the first event, Matsuo posted a second update from the funeral home. His voice sounds far more frantic this time. He points out a strange object in the room that appears to be burned. He confirms again that he is the only living person inside the structure. The situation begins to spiral out of control as Matsuo starts to shout.
Sí. ¿Cuál pinche que se ve? Que nada. Estoy solo. Estoy solo a la chingada. Estoy solo. A la chingada. A la chingada. A la... No mames, no mames, no mames.
Furniture and various items begin toppling over in a swift sequence. It looks as if an invisible force is shoving everything to the floor. Matsuo reacts with raw emotion, swearing and yelling while he tries to keep his camera steady. Skeptics think this could be a staged prank using hidden wires or drafts, but the intensity of his panic is very difficult to fake. If any part of this footage is real, it raises a very dark question. What kind of energy is powerful enough to toss heavy furniture in a place meant for rest? I cannot imagine standing in that room while objects are being thrown by something I cannot see. It feels like a warning to get out of the building immediately. Do you believe a spirit could have enough physical strength to move heavy wooden tables? This footage comes from Villa del Agua, located in a department in southwestern Colombia. In this video, you can see a group of people traveling down a very isolated road. The path looks sketchy and dangerous even before the trouble starts. What happens next is truly terrifying to witness.
Dale, Cristian, dale. Ve, Señor bendito. No. Dale, papi, dale recto para atrás. Ay, dale adelante. Dale para la policía. Dale, córrele. Dale todo, ve. Estoy grabando la matrícula.
A red car suddenly blocks the path in what appears to be a kidnapping or robbery attempt. Initially, the travelers do not know how to react to the vehicle stopping in front of them. The situation becomes extremely nerve-wracking as the occupants of the red car move toward them. Local officials have not been able to determine exactly what the criminals wanted. The biggest problem is that this road has almost no law enforcement monitoring it. I feel terrible for anyone who has to travel such a lawless area alone. The people in that red car escaped and were never caught by the police. This is why I never like driving on deserted back roads where there is no help nearby. This footage is truly alarming. In this video, we see an observer recording a standard ambulance being towed down the street, but a massive disaster was about to unfold. Initially, everything seems fine, but we have to remember that these vehicles carry pressurized oxygen cylinders. I had actually overlooked that fact until you guys pointed it out. Suddenly, the entire back of the vehicle is struck by a violent explosion. The blast is incredibly quick and sends debris everywhere. Most people find comfort in the routine of a workday, but for one mother working at a local hotel, the shadows were watching back. While she went about her tasks, a stranger sat nearby, his eyes fixed on her for hours. She had no idea that he wasn't just a guest, he was a predator waiting for his moment. When her shift finally ended, she began her usual trek toward the train station to catch a ride home. But tonight, the silence of the walk was an illusion. The stranger followed her exact path, trailing her up the stairs and onto the deserted platform. On that platform, he did the unthinkable. In a frenzied, senseless outburst, he ambushed her, striking her 23 times with a screwdriver. To ensure she couldn't call for help, he snatched her phone and hurled it into the river before vanishing into the night. What makes this case truly bone-chilling isn't just the violence, it's the total lack of remorse. While the victim was fighting for every breath, her attacker was caught on camera buying beer and dancing through the hotel hallways. In a final haunting display of depravity, he was filmed partying with friends outside, mere feet away from where ambulance lights were flashing in the dark, desperately trying to save the life he nearly extinguished. A woman named Sandre shared a video on TikTok that will make you rethink everything you know about the afterlife. Ever since her mother passed away, Sandre has witnessed bizarre activity inside her house. The events are unsettling enough to make her feel like she is never truly alone. In this video by Sandre, she films the inside of a bedroom where something unexpected happens with quick speed.
In my house, my mom passed away. Like, why?
You can see a dresser drawer begin to slide open entirely on its own and move slowly and steadily as if an invisible hand is pulling it. Sandre walks closer to the furniture to show there is nothing nearby to explain the movement. There are no hidden strings, no pets, and no fans blowing air in the room. The silence of the scene is exactly what makes the motion feel so eerie. I feel terrible for her because losing a parent is hard enough without your home feeling haunted. This is why I always feel a bit jumpy when I hear floorboards creak in an empty house.
I looked underneath the drawer, I looked behind it, there's nothing making it pop out. And it seems like it's when I bring up my mom that something happens. Mom? Your cat's fucking weird.
Only a second or two after, Sandre calls out for her mother. The drawer opens again. Initially, it looks like a coincidence, but the timing feels like a direct reply to her voice. The precision of the movement makes you wonder if it was a purposeful act. Skeptics will say that she used fishing wire to pull the wood, even though nothing is visible in the clip. But if the footage is real, it shows a touching possibility. It could be a gentle form of communication from a mother reaching out from beyond the grave. The last moment of the video feels deeply personal and strangely comforting. It is rare to see a video that is both frightening and beautiful at the same time. I hope she finds peace regardless of what caused that drawer to move. Do you think this was a paranormal encounter or just a very convincing trick for them? Here's another short clip that is downright terrifying. There was nothing earthquake-like about this. Strong winds in Turkey were the cause of this. On November 20th, a recording emerged from a church in St. Louis that captured a moment of pure dread. What was intended to be a joyous engagement ceremony was suddenly shattered by the arrival of a total stranger who claimed he had a dark confession to share. The footage was so unsettling that it sparked an immediate police investigation and was scrubbed from most internet platforms almost as fast as it had gone viral.
Sorry. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm a murderer. I'm a murderer.
Cousin.
I need help.
Oh my God, Bradley.
I've killed plenty of people. I do not want to kill anyone else.
Bradley, come on.
I killed a lot of people. Oh my gosh. Please forgive me.
Come on, cuz. Bradley, look at me. We just came.
Move to the side. Please forgive me. Please, God, please forgive me for my sins. I am sorry for hurting other people. I do not want to hurt another human being as long as I live. I have asked you for forgiveness from this. Please help me.
Following the incident, the couple featured in the video released a statement to address the overwhelming public outcry. The primary question on everyone's mind was whether the encounter had been a staged prank, but the couple confirmed the terrifying reality. The event was completely authentic.
This is the story time to when our proposal got interrupted by a man confessing to murder.
I'm going to start off by saying that it is not AI, it's 100% real.
Since I posted the video, his neighbor commented and said that he hasn't been home in 3 weeks, which is when our proposal happened, and that her boyfriend saw him with like bloodied knuckles and said that he got in a fight with his.
While the footage has been handed over to local authorities and the individual has reportedly been identified, the police have yet to release an official statement, adding to the mystery. The woman in the video noted that the man had not been seen for 3 weeks prior to his appearance at the church. It remains uncertain if the stranger's behavior was the result of a sudden mental breakdown or a drug-induced episode, but the incident has left the community with far more questions than answers. A YouTuber named Beg shared this eerie footage back in May of 2008. In the first segment, you can see the creator walking through his home to perform a blessing in his kitchen. The atmosphere is calm until the situation takes a disturbing turn. Without any warning, multiple objects are thrown to the floor by an unseen force. At that exact moment, the camera begins crackling with loud bursts of static. This noise makes the chaos unfolding around him feel even more intense. The creator has trembling hands and his breathing is very fast. It's clear that he is genuinely terrified by what is happening in his home. I feel terrible that he had to experience such a violent disruption in a place that should be safe. This is why I always feel uneasy when I hear unexplained banging in another room. The video cuts off suddenly, but the story does not end there. Not long after, he posted a second video from a stationary camera in the same kitchen. What this second camera captures is even more chilling. If you look closely at the screen, a ghostly figure glides across the kitchen before vanishing. The movement is so quick that you might miss it the first time you watch, but once you see the figure, it is very hard to ignore. Skeptics say the objects were moved with fishing wire and the ghost was added with editing software. However, back in 2009, this would have required a lot of technical skill and planning. Initially, it looks like a simple haunting, but the physical force used to throw items is alarming. It makes me wonder if the blessing itself actually triggered the response. Was this a real case of a poltergeist or just a very clever hoax from the early days of the platform? Either way, it is one of the most memorable ghost videos ever shared online. It serves as a reminder that we might not be the only ones inhabiting our living spaces. If you ever see things moving on their own, would you stay in the house or leave immediately? This footage comes from a CCTV camera in Bengaluru, India. You can see a small group of people standing on a sidewalk. They are just talking and going about their day. It looks like a normal afternoon until the very end. A 42-year-old man was driving while intoxicated. He lost control and crashed his vehicle. The car came barreling toward the bystanders at a quick speed. Initially, the group did not notice the danger. Then they heard a loud noise and reacted with a swift jump. Most of the people managed to move out of the way. One person was struck and suffered minor injuries. The driver was also wounded in the collision. I feel relieved that nobody was killed in this wreck. It is terrifying how life can change because of one person's bad choice. We are lucky no youngsters were walking there. A young one would not have been able to move that fast. Always keep your ears open when you're near a road. On October 11th, 2025, a harrowing outdoor encounter was shared by a user known as Adventure Marksman. While he and his wife were deep in a remote wilderness scouting an old logging trail for elk, they were stopped in their tracks by a sound that mimicked a child in distress. Reacting quickly, they began documenting the area with a GoPro. However, the audio they captured defied simple explanation. Instead of a lost youngster, it appeared to be two distinct creatures using complex vocalizations to communicate with one another.
Holy shit.
Despite being experienced armed hunters, the couple was visibly shaken by the experience.
I don't know. It's time to go. Nice and slow.
The atmosphere felt so predatory and unnatural that they eventually chose to retreat from the area, though they noted a bizarre energy permeating that specific patch of forest. Before they could fully escape the woods, they stumbled upon one final inexplicable discovery that added to the mystery of the location.
It's got to be 12 feet high or 15 feet maybe, and the bark is just stripped. I don't know what could do that.
On January 20th, 2023, a man named Anthony Young shared a short but terrifying video from his home security system on Facebook. He asked his friends and viewers to help him figure out what exactly his camera had recorded in the middle of the night. The footage is quite short, but it shows a very clear and disturbing event. You can see a person walking around outside in the dark, with only a few faint lights visible in the yard. Initially, the scene looks perfectly normal and quiet. There is no noise and nothing seems to be out of place in the background. Then a very strange event happens near the garbage cans. We see a ghostly figure suddenly sprint across the open yard. The pale shape moves with a lot of purpose and heads directly toward the front door of the house. The figure vanishes into thin air before it ever reaches the entrance, leaving no physical trace behind. The quick speed of the apparition makes the whole moment feel especially unnerving. It is the kind of footage that forces you to hit the rewind button just to make sure your eyes were not playing tricks on you. I feel terrible for Anthony because the idea of a spirit rushing your front door is enough to keep anyone awake at night. This is why I always keep my porch lights on and check my camera alerts immediately. Skeptics have looked at the clip and offered several grounded explanations for the shape. Some believe it was just a small insect flying very close to the camera lens. Others think it was a trick of the light or a real person who looks blurry because of the motion. However, the way the figure runs and then instantly disappears makes those theories hard to accept. Anthony has not posted any updates since he shared this original clip. Because of this, we do not know if he experienced any other strange activity in his home afterward. I truly hope that whatever that fleeting shape was, it never actually found a way to get inside his house. This video was taken in the Russian city of Vanich, caught by a man who heard an odd noise. Yes, I believe he was aware that a drone was approaching, but he had no intention of filming the exact moment it struck a structure. It is still unclear why it crashed into a structure, and there have been no official reports on casualties or damage to date. Elementary schools are normally known as places of joy and growth. These are spaces where young ones take their first steps into the world, but when these buildings are abandoned and left to rot, the warmth fades away. A much heavier feeling takes its place. Some of these forgotten structures seem to hold onto a dark energy. In August of 2023, a TikTok user named Mike Runner shared a video of an abandoned school. The building had clearly been left untouched for many years. As he moves through the empty hallways, you can see a creeping sense of unease. I feel terrible for anyone who has to explore these places alone. This is why I never like visiting old buildings after the sun goes down. Mike finds drawings from youngsters scattered across the dusty floors. Most of the art looks innocent. However, a few pages show unsettling shapes that feel out of place. The imagery does not seem like the work of a typical youngster. The drawings are spread out across different rooms. It looks as if the school was vacated in a quick manner and frozen in time. A strange metallic voice suddenly cuts through the silence. It echoes down the hallway with a robotic and unnatural tone. It is impossible to tell where the sound is coming from. Some viewers think this is a spirit trying to communicate. Others believe the audio was added later using distortion effects. Still, the sound blends with the atmosphere in a way that feels disturbingly real. A large dark figure appears standing motionless in the corner of a room. It does not move or react to Mike. It simply looms in place. This shape is easy to miss initially, but it is impossible to ignore once you see it. Some say it is just a shadow or an oddly shaped object. Others insist the figure is too defined to be a mistake. The video captures an eerie stillness that many associate with haunted places. The laughter of young ones has been replaced by silence and decay. I cannot imagine seeing a dark figure watching me from a corner. Do you think this was a real person hiding in the school or something else? On June 12, 2000, what began as a routine commute in Rio de Janeiro turned into one of the most devastating tragedies in modern Brazilian history. A 21-year-old named Sandro Barbosa do Nascimento boarded bus line 104 with a concealed revolver, intending to rob the passengers. But when military police intercepted the vehicle, the robbery transformed into a 5-hour hostage crisis, broadcast live to millions of terrified viewers. Sandro was no stranger to horror. As a child, he had witnessed his mother's murder and later survived the infamous Candelaria massacre, where off-duty officers opened fire on street youngsters. Now, he was the one holding the gun. He forced hostages to the windows, placed his weapon in their mouths, and even staged a fake execution to keep the police at bay. While he whispered to the hostages that it was all a performance for the cameras, the tension outside was reaching a breaking point. The police response was a masterclass in chaos. With no clear strategy and media crews allowed dangerously close, the standoff dragged on for hours. Finally, as the sun set, Sandro emerged from the bus using a young teacher named Geza as a human shield. In a frantic, botched attempt to stop him, an officer fired, accidentally striking Geza in the face. Startled and falling to the ground, Sandro pulled the trigger 3 times, executing the hostage in front of the entire nation. But the nightmare didn't end with the arrest. Though Sandro was taken alive into a police van, he never made it to the hospital. He was strangled to death by the officers in the back of that vehicle, a final act of violence that left the world questioning who the true monsters were that day. The dashcam footage that is displayed was captured in a Moscow taxi. The taxi driver is simply following the route, but an unforeseen event is about to occur.
А? Да что за тоннель? А, мы как раз по нему едем. Стойте. Это большой? Я так не умею. Можешь сам сказать, через МКАД ехать.
Спокойствие, мама, вон поворот, по-моему, это...
Просто я же не знаю, что это вообще. Это вот тоннель как раз. Большой? Да. Все нормально. Стоп. Нет, подождите.
Что вы делаете?
Нет, подождите. Остановите, пожалуйста, машину. Остановите.
Нельзя останавливаться.
Я умоляю вас, остановите машину.
Нельзя останавливаться. Нельзя останавливаться.
Ну я так не могу.
Нельзя останавливаться.
Это большой. Я знаю, я пешком пойду.
Нет.
Евгений, сколько он метров?
Километр примерно. Тут нельзя.
Евгений, я вас умоляю.
Смотрите на меня. Со мной все хорошо. Смотрите на меня.
Это же живописно. Евгений,
тут нельзя. Нет. Дайте мне руку. Все нормально. Смотрите на меня. Все нормально. Смотрите на меня. Все нормально. Не переживайте. Все нормально. Не переживайте. Все нормально. Ничего страшного. Доверяете мне? Все хорошо, не переживайте.
In fact, the women at the front began to fear. They went into a tunnel, which is why. Although I'm not sure why she was worrying, panic attacks can occur suddenly. He deserves praise for keeping everything under control and preventing her from leaving in the midst of the tunnel. That would have been extremely risky. Fortunately, the excursion proceeded as planned. A Reddit user named Lomdrix shared a video on the Ghost subreddit that might change how you feel about being home alone during the day. The footage comes from his mother's Ring camera and proves that broad daylight does not always mean you're safe. In this video, you can see his mother putting a leash on the family dog. She is getting ready for a walk and seems completely unaware of anything strange happening nearby. Initially, the scene looks like a normal morning routine, but if you look at the hallway in the background, a shadow-like figure glides across the floor. The movement resembles a person walking past a doorway. It is especially unsettling because the mother does not react at all, even though the shape passes right behind her back. I feel terrible for her because realizing someone or something was that close without your knowledge is terrifying. This is why I always feel a bit paranoid, even when the sun is shining through the windows. Ring camera shadows are sometimes just tricks of the light or reflections from cars driving by. Shifting sunlight or lamps can often create distorted shapes that look like people. However, this hallway does not appear to have any light source that would cast such a deliberate shadow. The stride of the shadow looks purposeful, as if it had its own intention. It does not look like a random blur or a technical glitch. Imagine replaying your security footage and seeing a dark presence just a few feet away from you. Whether it was a paranormal spirit or a strange camera anomaly, the moment is undeniably chilling. It makes you rethink the comfort of a bright room. In 2009, news crews in Monterrey, Mexico, captured a deeply unsettling scene unfolding in front of a luxury hotel. A young woman identified as Gabriela Rico Jimenez was filmed having a public breakdown while screaming a series of terrifying allegations. She claimed to have been held captive by a powerful group of cannibals, a statement that led many internet investigators to speculate she was referring to the Illuminati. During her outcry, she named several high-profile individuals, including Carlos Slim, who was then the wealthiest man in the country. The disturbance quickly drew the intervention of local authorities, who apprehended her as the cameras continued to roll.
Esta joven al momento que estaba protagonizando este escándalo en plena vía pública. Adelante.
A mí no me llevan hasta que esto no se aclare. A mí no me llevan. Ustedes me estuvieron ahí. Fueron a sacar una copia para que mi tendrán. No, suéltame. Te voy a ayudar. Suéltame. Suéltame.
Luis, esta es la triste realidad de la joven Gabriela Rico Jiménez, quien, como observamos en momentos, intentó también agredir al elemento policíaco que logró someterla esta madrugada. Es por eso que, bueno, vamos a buscar la versión de las autoridades.
Following her arrest and the initial media coverage, the case took a cryptic turn. Gabriela effectively vanished from the public eye. There have been no follow-up interviews, official status updates, or public records regarding her whereabouts since that day. Theories regarding her disappearance remain divided. Many observers attribute the incident to a severe schizophrenic episode and assume she was moved to a private psychiatric facility. Others lean into darker theories, suggesting she was silenced by the influential figure she attempted to expose. Because there has been no official word on her fate for over a decade, Gabriela's story remains one of the most enduring and disturbing rabbit holes in the realm of modern urban legends. A windstorm hit in Bursa, Turkey. The footage that follows is insane.
Eyvahlar olsun arkadaşlar. Eyvah. Eyvahlar olsun. Eyvahlar olsun arkadaşlar. O eyvah. Yok. Yapacak hiç yok. Batıyoruz.
Some claim that these waves caused several vessels to sink at the same time. Since this occurred only a few days ago, the full extent of the devastation is still unknown, and as of right now, no fatalities have been reported. Nevertheless, I've seen numerous films of objects falling from buildings and other structures, so that might be a risk. How many of you out there are fans of the show Stranger Things? It has become one of the most iconic series in television history. If you have seen it, you already know that Hawkins' lab is a very unsettling place. In the show, the facility is tied to dark experiments and dangerous monster attacks. In real life, the filming location is supposed to be a completely normal building. However, a TikTok posted by JC Rodriguez suggests there is more to the story. JC is a huge fan of the series and simply wanted to visit the site in person. Instead of a fun sightseeing trip, he walked away feeling genuinely shaken.
It's moving, I can see it. It's closing.
Completely shut. That guy rolling out the window. It completely shut. The car is started.
Sorry, did you see it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, it's opening again.
Wait, get on video, get on video.
Somebody record this.
I am.
This is paranormal experience.
There's no wind either. Like you can just look at the trees right now. They're not moving at all.
Completely abandoned. No wind. There's nothing anymore.
Like you can look at the plants, the tree, nothing is blowing. It's
right.
just opening.
There's no explanation for that. It's also so irregular that it can't be like
It's opening. It's opening. It's opening. No.
No, it's opening fast.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Oh my
That's the
god.
widest it's opened.
That fast too.
What is that?
It's opening and closing.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna need to send me that video.
Filming this? Okay, thank God.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I need to know the history of this place.
Is that a person?
Yeah, we're gonna save ourselves. Don't worry.
What is that?
What is what?
Do you see that?
Oh,
Look at my phone.
Definitely something moving inside. No, I see it.
What is that?
I see
Is
it.
that a person?
Is that a person?
Why does that looks like a person? I'm looking at JC's phone. It looks
Yeah,
like a
it's
person.
like a person.
I'm looking at his phone. It's literally a figure.
I'm scared.
No, I see
You're
it.
recording
I
that,
see
right?
it. I see it.
Okay, so you could play back and show you guys.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, okay. I see it. It's different. Please put the window up. I see it. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. It's a dark figure. I don't like that. Ooh,
Brakes are on.
Please. I see a dark figure moving.
In this video by JC Rodriguez, you can see the front door of the building moving on its own. It looks as if an invisible person is gently pulling it from the inside. I feel terrible that a simple fan visit turned into such a creepy encounter. This is why I never like exploring old filming locations alone. The situation gets worse at the 1 minute mark of the footage. You can spot what looks like a dark hooded figure standing on one of the high balconies. This person or entity is watching JC and his friends from above. What makes this especially unnerving is the history of the location itself. Hawkins' lab was filmed at the old Georgia Mental Health Institute. This massive facility has been abandoned for decades. There are no staff members or security guards assigned to the building. Nobody should be inside that structure at all. Initially, you might think it's just a squatter, but the way the figure lingers is very haunting. Why was a door opening by itself if the site is truly empty? The idea of someone observing you from a dark window is my worst nightmare. The next time you watch this show, remember that not every mystery is fictional. Some buildings carry their own dark stories long before the actors arrive. Would you have the courage to walk up to that moving door? This video shows times celebrity obsession is indeed unhealthy. Watch. Luckily, no reports of injuries, but people need to be smarter than this. Check out this incredibly bizarre footage.
Mother trucker. Bro, thank goodness I was slow.
Extremely slow reaction time, although I suppose he wasn't staring at the wheel, could account for his sluggish reaction. However, if I simply observed a wheel going in my direction, I would also be extremely perplexed. It was a normal day for this driver in Vietnam till this transpired. Two individuals fell off their scooter. Fortunately, the driver was alert and didn't hit them. Otherwise, they could have ended bad. A Reddit user named Small P shared a video on the Paranormal Encounter subreddit that has left the community baffled. Small P served in the Navy and spent many months of his life deployed at sea. He claims he witnessed many things he could not explain while on duty. This specific moment is the only one he ever managed to capture on his camera. The video begins with a view of an empty corridor lit by the cold glow of a security lens. Initially, the hallway looks completely ordinary and quiet, but after only a few seconds, something unexpected darts into the frame. A strange, dark figure moves with an unnatural bounce before it abruptly blinks out of existence. The people in the comment section were just as confused as the uploader was. One person said the shape looked like a character from a movie because of its fluid and inhuman movement. Others tried to claim it was just a young one running past the camera. However, the way the figure vanishes so suddenly makes that theory very hard to accept. I feel terrible for the sailors on that ship because there is nowhere to run when you're in the middle of the ocean. This is why I never liked the idea of being trapped in a small space with no easy exit. The setting of this video makes the mystery much deeper. This was not filmed on a busy street or in a normal neighborhood. The footage was recorded in the USS Ronald Reagan, which is an active Navy vessel. The ship was isolated in the deep ocean, far away from any other people. If it really was just a youngster, how would they have ever reached a military ship at sea? If it was not a person, then what did the camera Small P actually record that night? The clip leaves behind a very uncomfortable and heavy impression. You can only hope that whatever that entity was, it never appeared in the sleeping quarters of the crew. This horrifying footage was recorded in Asuncion, the capital of Paraguay. The date was February 16, 2024. Heavy winds hit the city on that day. Usually a storm is not noteworthy. However, the result of this weather was terrifying. this video, you can see a man on high scaffolding. He was simply doing glasswork when the wind became violent. The gusts threw the metal structure around. This caused him to fall and hang on for his life. I feel terrible for him because he was just trying to do his job. Local news identified the worker as 35-year-old Angel Gamara. Initially, it looks like he would not survive the drop. He had to hold on while the wind tossed him back and forth. The situation required a quick rescue effort. Emergency crews made a swift response to reach him. Angel survived this event with only minor injuries to his left leg. This is truly one of the best outcomes possible. I am relieved that no youngsters were walking below the scaffolding. A young one could have been struck by falling metal. A soccer game was underway in a gated community in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Players were running across an artificial pitch on a quiet evening. Security cameras recorded the exact moment the piece was shattered. 5 men wearing police uniforms marched onto the field. They were armed with rifles and wore masks to conceal their identities. The players dropped to the turf to avoid gunfire. These men were not officers, they were killers in disguise. The gunmen walked to the middle of the pitch and targeted a man in a black shirt. One attacker stepped on the man's head and executed him at point-blank range. Police later discovered 2 more bodies nearby. How do you protect yourself when a threat looks like a rescue? Attackers use uniforms to bypass security and create confusion. Pay close attention to how someone in uniform acts and moves. If something feels off, do not wait to find out why. Leave the area immediately. A woman named Megs uploaded a deeply unsettling video to TikTok that captures strange activity during the day. She grabs her phone because she feels like something is wrong in her house. Her brother is sleeping on the couch while she films the living area. He is completely unaware that a disturbing presence might be lingering just a few feet away from his head. Initially, the room looks quiet and safe, but if you look down the long hallway, a faint ghostly figure appears to be standing near the door. It stays visible for only a short time before it disappears entirely. Just a second or two later, the figure is gone from the frame. Megs explains in her caption that she recorded this footage years ago. Even after all this time, she still has no logical explanation for what the lens captured that day. I feel terrible for her because your home should be the one place where you feel completely secure. This is why I always feel a bit nervous when the house is too quiet during the afternoon. If you compare the video frames, a vacuum cleaner in the hall stays in the exact same spot. This detail makes the quick disappearance of the figure feel even more bizarre. There is no shadow moving away and no sign of an exit. The shape simply vanishes into thin air. Some people think a real person just stepped back into a room out of sight. Others believe it could be a clever trick made with digital editing software. However, the video sat unnoticed for years before she finally shared it with the world. This makes the idea of a planned hoax much harder to confirm with any certainty. It seems unlikely someone would work so hard on a fake video and then hide it for that long. What do you think was standing in that hallway? Was it a genuine ghost watching the family? Or is there a grounded explanation we are missing? If a youngster was in the house, I would be very worried about their safety around such an entity. You should never ignore the feeling that someone is watching you, even if you're in your own living room. It is a chilling reminder that we may never truly know what is hiding in the corners of our homes. If I told you this next video is the strangest thing you will see today, you might not believe me. Since this is just dashcam footage, you might think you have seen it all. You're wrong. Whatever you're picturing right now is likely far from the truth. You will not be able to guess what happens in these next few seconds. This video was recorded on September 15th in China. The events on screen are so confusing that people online created complex diagrams to explain the physics. In this video, you can see a collision that looks minor. However, the result is anything but small. Initially, the cars seem to barely touch. Then one vehicle suddenly flips onto its side and slides past the other at a quick speed. I feel terrible for the people inside that car because that impact must have been jarring. It is frightening how a small bump can turn a heavy machine into a projectile. I always worry about other drivers when I'm out on the road. You never know when a simple lane change will go wrong. On a Tuesday in May 2025, a residential neighborhood in Pinellas County, Florida, became the backdrop for a traffic stop that spiraled into a full-blown arrest. It began when a deputy spotted a vehicle matching a bolo and be on the lookout for reckless driving. The driver, a young woman already on edge from a self-described worst day ever, allegedly rolled through a stop sign, giving the deputy all the reason she needed to flip on the lights.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have a bad experience at Pinellas County Sheriff's Office?
I have a lot of experience.
You're going to have another one if you don't calm down.
No, I can't calm down. I'm so beyond fed up right now. Like, this is actually ridiculous.
It sounds like you're just getting a ticket.
That's fine.
And then you can go about your way.
She can surely write me a ticket since she wanted to follow me since she's bored.
Okay.
That's completely fine.
Take it to court.
See me in court. Yes,
Take it to court.
She can see me in court.
But
that's absolutely absurd.
If you
that
battle
she's
us,
gonna follow
if
me
you battle us out
into
here,
my neighborhood,
you're gonna lose.
because she wanted to get me a ticket.
She was the one from the bullet.
Okay.
And she brought in here. She did a stop bar violation, so I stopped her.
You can still do welfare check based on the bolo. Why is she all hot?
Because as soon as I pulled up, that's what I walked up to. She's yelling, and as I'm sitting here, she's saying she's gonna punch me in the face.
I didn't even have to keep driving, but she was following me.
But the moment the officer approached, it was clear this wasn't going to be a standard exchange. The driver was already erupting in hot-headed fury, screaming into her phone to her mother. The air was thick with hostility, but it crossed a dangerous line when the woman, in the heat of her rage, reportedly threatened to punch the deputy in the face. It's a moment of pure impulsive aggression, a threat made in the presence of law enforcement that instantly changed the stakes of the encounter.
Mad at her for enforcing something.
I'm mad at her for following me for no reason.
Okay, well you can't threaten.
So you guys can just sit there and follow people?
You can't threaten to punch us either.
So you guys can just sit there and follow people for no reason, without a reason to do so?
Sure.
641 Cup Ball, 570 back. Go welfare check 14.
Okay.
All right.
Have her get out. You can get out.
For what?
You're going to jail.
For what?
Get out of the car.
For what?
No.
I'm gonna get out of the. I will get out of the
I'm gonna
vehicle.
cut your
I will
seatbelt.
get out. Let me get out. Oh my God, this is absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's not. What's absolutely ridiculous is you threatening to punch one of my deputies in the face.
Cool.
When backup arrived, the scene took on an even more surreal quality. The woman, now being told she was under arrest for the threat, shifted into a state of mocking disbelief. She laughed at the officers, calling the situation ridiculous and absurd. Even as she was being led to the patrol car in handcuffs, her defiance didn't stop at the car door. She continued to hurl insults, questioning the deputies' manhood and their career choices, accusing them of being bored and just trying to meet a quota.
5 cops for one person? That is crazy. Oh my God. I'm walking just fine.
Well, your stance.
Just tell me what to do and I can do it. You don't need to touch me.
I had a hard time doing that before, so.
You guys gave me one direction to do and didn't even give me 0.2 seconds to get out of the car. So, yeah.
Hello? Anyone still on the phone? Nope. Okay. Keys. Wallet. What's your code so we can call your mom?
I think she's right there.
Okay. The black pickup truck?
Yeah. That's her boyfriend. Okay. Yes, please record, because they're already manhandling the out of it.
The tension expanded beyond the suspect as her boyfriend arrived on the scene in a black pickup truck. The interaction between him and the deputies highlighted a relatively new and controversial Florida law, the requirement for bystanders to stay at least 25 feet away from an active investigation after being warned. The boyfriend, skeptical and defensive, found himself on the receiving end of a final warning, a stark reminder of the legal boundaries that now define police interactions in the state.
All right, so you got to stay 25 feet away according to Florida law. Yeah,
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's a new law.
That is not a new law.
That is a new law.
Let me see that. Where is that?
Look it up. Look it up. Now, if you want to take her vehicle, you can take her vehicle.
I want to know what is going on.
I'm getting arrested for threatening them, apparently.
I want to know the whole situation.
She got stopped for traffic.
Okay.
Apparently,
in her neighborhood.
She's been
In her neighborhood. So you stop people in their neighborhood?
A neighborhood.
No, a neighborhood is her neighborhood. So
Okay.
don't say a neighborhood. This is her neighborhood.
Does it make you feel better if I say her neighborhood?
Go ahead.
Don't touch me. Anybody else can deal with me but you, bitch.
Let me check.
She's gonna get cited. She didn't agree with the violation. She threatened to punch
What's your name?
What's my name?
Yeah. Identify yourself.
Deputy Mike Valenti,
Okay.
61652.
Okay, and you too?
Deputy Figicelli, 59060.
Okay.
And what's your name?
I don't even need to.
You're 25 feet away.
Okay, but I want to.
You're gonna go to jail too. 25 feet away.
I'm well.
We're giving you a
isn't
lawful
25.
order to stay
This is
outside of
25.
this
This is
investigation.
listen,
Okay, this is your final warning. This is a new law. If you interfere with this investigation, you will go to jail.
All right.
You understand? You have been warned, as it is stated in the statute that is required.
Little power trip right now going, aren't we?
We're not done recording with our cell phones.
Yes, you are recording.
I didn't say.
Yes, you just. I'm not the one recording
with my cell phone.
That's you. Well, okay.
As the officers worked to verify the boyfriend's license so he could take the car, the woman's monologue from the back of the cruiser continued. She alternated between claiming she was manhandled and mocking the deputies for needing 5 cops for 1 girl. It was a disturbing display as someone who felt completely untouchable. Even while restrained, she even went as far as to suggest that the deputy was only enforcing the law because she was bored or power tripping.
Oh my god, you think you're so big and bad and above everything else. That's crazy. You think you're so cool because you're a police officer. Crazy. You're just nothing. Y'all ain't got nothing better to do with yourself. Because there's nobody, committing real crimes or anything. Girl, you're crazy. Oh my god, can't handle shit, huh? You can't handle nothing. Absolutely crazy.
In the final moments of the footage, the woman's bravado remained unbroken. She continued to taunt the officers, suggesting they should be out fighting real crime instead of harassing people in her neighborhood. It's a chilling look at how a routine traffic stop for a minor violation can escalate into a criminal charge of friending a public official, all fueled by a hot-headed moment of lost control. The video ends not with a resolution, but with the hollow echoes of her insults, a haunting example of how a bad day can become a life-changing disaster in the blink of an eye. In this video, you can see a home security recording from the middle of the night. The property looks still and silent. Initially, everything seems perfectly normal until a house cat walks into the frame. A dark, shadowy figure appears right behind the animal. It follows the pet with a quick motion that looks too deliberate to be a trick of the light. I feel terrible for this pet owner because I would never be able to relax in my house again. This is why I always keep a close eye on my own pets when they act strange at night. A TikTok user named Tammy G uploaded the next piece of footage. At the very start of her security clip, something faint drifts into the corner of the screen. The shape is subtle. It resembles a pale figure moving through her living space. The entity appears unconcerned that a camera is recording its every move. You can see how the shape glides through the room without making a single sound. It makes you wonder if these spirits even know we are there watching them. Keep watching because this gets even stranger. The next video from Tammy G is even more unnerving. She decided to set up a camera in her own bedroom while she slept. She likely did this because of the constant activity she was already dealing with. As the room sits in total darkness, a shape appears once again. Tammy later shared 2 more videos showing heavy objects shifting around on their own. Each event adds to a growing pattern of the house under siege by something invisible. The movement of the furniture is swift and seemingly effortless. Skeptics think these are just camera glitches or reflections from passing cars. Some suggest that clever digital editing could be used to create the pale figures, but the cat in the first clip clearly reacts to the presence behind it. This makes the footage much harder to dismiss as a simple hoax. I cannot imagine waking up and seeing a recording of a figure standing over my bed. What would you do if your pet started following an invisible person through your hallway? It is important to protect every youngster in the home if you suspect an intruder is present. A young one might be more sensitive to these energies than an adult. You should never ignore it if a youngster claims they see a person in their room at night. These clips leave behind a sense of dread that stays with you long after the video ends.
Hey, my baby, please, my baby. I got her. No, I got her.
In Wyoming, Minnesota, a building was swallowed by a massive fire. The temperatures were in the single digits as firefighters arrived. Inside, several people were trapped with no way out. The roof began to collapse, making it impossible to enter the structure. Imagine the terror of being stuck in a burning room while the ceiling falls around. A 35-foot ladder was the only hope for those inside. In this footage, you can see a mother making a heartbreaking choice. She hands her child to a firefighter through a high window. The child reaches back for her as she is carried down to safety. It is a moment of pure desperation.
It's okay. Hey. Oh no. We got you.
Firefighters also pulled 2 adults and a cat from the thick smoke. Everyone was treated for smoke inhalation, but they survived the ordeal. This story is a reminder how quickly a home can turn into a trap. Do you have a plan to get out if your house catches fire tonight? Check your smoke detectors now. One small battery could be the difference between life and death. This next clip was recorded in Alberta, Canada by a professional photographer. She usually takes photos of the local wildlife. In this video, she captures a moment that received heavy condemnation from Alberta officials. You might wonder why she faced such a harsh response. I believe you will agree with the officials after you see what happened. In this video, you can see the photographer walk directly up to a bear den. The bear was actively inside the hole at the time. Initially, it seems like she is just trying to get a close look. Then the bear becomes visible and clearly agitated. I feel terrible that anyone would put themselves or an animal in this much danger. This is honestly one of the worst ideas I've ever seen. The bear was not bothering anyone until she approached. Doing this just agitates the animal and creates a risk for a tragic event. You can see the bear swipe at her with its claws. You do not need to be an expert to know that the bear wanted her to leave. This short clip comes from Damascus, a location positioned right on the front line of the ongoing Ukrainian conflict. In this video, you can see a drone hovering over a desolate landscape. This specific machine was a supply drone that had been launched just moments before the recording began.
Все. И вот так производится доставка на передний край. Туда, где не можем техникой заехать, доставляем таким образом. Лужи, не лужи, нам все равно. И все. Вот она и поехала туда на передок.
The device traveled only a short distance before it ran into an anti-tank mine. Initially, the flight appears smooth, but then a massive explosion occurs. You should keep in mind that Ukraine has now become the most heavily mined nation on the entire planet. I feel terrible for the people who have to live and work in such a dangerous environment. It is frightening to think that a hidden explosive can be anywhere under the soil. This is why I never liked the idea of walking through areas that have seen heavy combat. The blast was incredibly quick and destroyed the drone instantly. We move from quiet homes with restless energy to a workplace where a presence has been lurking for days. A YouTuber known as the Alaskans explains that he was working late in his studio. At around 3 in the morning, he was finally preparing to head home. For several nights, he had been hearing unsettling noises inside the building. He heard heavy footsteps echoing through empty rooms. He also saw strange movements just at the edge of his vision. He claims that minutes before filming, he went to the bathroom and felt a hand grab his shoulder. It's at around running away, he decided he needed to find answers. He pulled out his phone to see if he could catch the intruder on camera. He checks the bathroom first. Initially, the room looks completely ordinary. He eventually turns to leave the area. You must pay attention to what happens as he steps into the corridor. At the time, he did not seem to notice anything. However, viewers spotted something terrifying in the background. You can see a figure briefly peering around the corner at him. The entity pulls its head back out of sight with a quick movement. The recording cuts off shortly after this moment. I feel terrible for this man because being hunted in your own workplace is a nightmare. This is why I never liked being the last person to leave an office building. Someone had been lurking out of view for days while he worked. There have been no updates from the uploader since this was shared. It is unclear if the situation ever escalated further. Skeptics suggest it was just a trick of the light or a shifting shadow. Others think it was a person leaning against the wall to look taller than normal. This would explain why the head in the clip seems so high up in the stairwell. Even if it was an elaborate prank, the footage remains very unsettling. Whatever this was, it stayed partly hidden until the perfect moment. Can you imagine the fear watching this back and seeing a face watching you? It makes you wonder how many times we are observed when we think we're alone. I have no words for the short clip. Observe. That person is incredibly lucky, wouldn't you agree? This chilling footage from China appeared online only a few days ago. The events in the video are deeply upsetting and truly grim. In this video, you can see several employees at a construction site. An industrial crane is active in the background. Pay close attention to the group of workers sitting together. A terrifying disaster occurs without any warning. The crane was moving heavy supplies through the air. Suddenly, the machinery failed and released the load directly onto the men. It is like watching a scene from a horror movie. Initially, the workers do not see the danger coming from above. The weight fell with a quick impact that left no room for escape. I feel terrible for these families who lost their loved ones so suddenly. This is why I always feel nervous walking near heavy machinery. You never know when a mechanical failure might happen. News outlets have confirmed the worst possible news. Every man in that group tragically lost his life in the accident. It's a relief that no youngsters were visiting the site that day. A young one would have stood no chance against such a heavy blow. Here's a collection of insane footage that transpired in Ukraine, January 2026. Take a look.
Ребята, у нас во Львове что-то въебало сейчас.
This clip is genuinely terrifying to witness and looks like something straight out of a science fiction movie. In this video, you can see the city being struck by the Orishnik, a new Russian intermediate-range ballistic missile. I am not joking when I say these images are some of the most unsettling I have ever shared with you. The footage shows several warheads falling from the sky at incredible speeds. These are multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, and they travel at roughly 13,000 kilometers per hour. Initially, it looks like streaks of light or even shooting stars. Then the impact occurs with a quick and devastating force. I feel terrible for the people living in the target zone because this represents man-made horrors beyond comprehension. It's frightening to realize that such a swift and powerful weapon exists in our world today. This is why I always worry about the escalation of modern conflicts. On the Ghost subreddit, a user known as the Proof Seekers posted a clip that has captured the attention of the entire community. The video shows some very unsettling activity happening inside a bedroom during the bright hours of the day. The recording comes from a stationary camera that is focused on the bed and the surrounding furniture. Initially, nothing seems the slightest bit unusual about the scene. It looks like any other quiet and empty bedroom. Everything in the frame is still and uneventful until the atmosphere changes with a swift shift. Without any warning, a deep and whispery voice can be heard saying hello from somewhere very close to the lens. The sound lasts only a brief moment, but the tone of the greeting is unmistakably eerie. In this video by the Proof Seekers, there is not much context provided to explain what happened before or after the recording. This lack of information only makes the footage feel more creepy to those who watch it. The voice is clear enough for you to hear every letter, yet there is no visual sign of a source. No person enters the room and there is no movement from the closet or the hallway. This total lack of a physical presence is exactly what has unsettled so many viewers online. Some people in the comments said the voice sounded like a sound from a nightmare. Others wondered if the audio came from a television or a video game playing in a different part of the house. However, nothing in the clip suggests there is any electronic device nearby that would make sense. The greeting is direct and feels as if someone is standing right next to the camera. It is not the kind of voice you ever want to hear when you think you are by yourself. It's a scene that every first responder dreads, a home where the basic instincts of motherhood have been replaced by a chemical fog. The call came from a woman's own sister who had received a FaceTime call so disturbing she couldn't ignore it. She described seeing her sister Erica completely under the influence, while her 3 toddlers, all under the age of 4, roamed the house unattended. By the time the sister arrived and took the children to safety, she found Erica naked, incoherent, and vomiting in the shower.
She has 3 kids.
Okay.
All under the age of 4.
Oh, okay.
I came over. I have her 2 oldest girls that she has a big fire. I took her 2 oldest into custody after DCFS took protective custody and adopted her. I came over here completely butt naked, completely drunk in the shower, and the 3 kids are here unattended. I removed the 3 kids.
Okay.
And took them to my house with my husband.
That was when then?
Today, right now.
So they're there
They're
now?
at my house.
Okay.
I came over here, so my sister called me today, right now, like an hour ago, and said, Erica just called me, FaceTimed me, and is crying and screaming. The 3 kids are over there. She's like, do you want to go over there? Because my sister's in the cities.
Okay.
So I said, okay. So I came over here, and Erica is butt naked in the shower. I think that's her puking. Butt naked in the shower, completely drunk, and her eyes are all, I mean, we can go in there. My mom's in there. I called my mom too, and I said, you know, Erica and I don't have communication whatsoever. I don't talk to her.
Does she talk to mom?
She does talk to my mom here and there. But I removed the kids. I want a DCFS report.
I will contact them, yes. I'll need their names and stuff. I'll get that from you here. I know she's kind of dabbled in, like, I don't know if it's meth or heroin or what in the past. Is she still...
She's under something, and the kids are not safe.
When the police arrived, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Erica wasn't just intoxicated, she was combative. As officers entered the home, they were met with a barrage of profanity-laced defiance. The most chilling part of the encounter was the utter lack of concern Erica showed for her children. Instead of asking where they were or if they were safe, she spent her energy hurling vile insults and bizarre accusations at everyone in the room.
Hi, Erica. I'm Officer Paulson. I'm here to check on you, make sure you're okay. Your sister asked me to come check on you.
What the f*** calling these f***ing ass cops?
You can't take care of your kids, Erica.
I can't take care of my kids, you little cop calling ass.
Is that why they were unsupervised while you're drunk and high?
I'm not high. I can pass a drug test right now. That's why your little f***ing husband beats on you.
Erica.
I'm not f***ing drunk or high. You can pass the drug test right now. Why you call this fat ass bitch? Why you call this fat ass bitch?
I trust the kids because they're safe with you. I will I press charges.
Stop.
Press charges.
Touch me.
Back up.
Touch
press charges. I got a whole.
Can you please put some clothes on?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
You little bitch.
Stop. Back up. Back up.
Yeah,
You want 15? Can I get one more?
Kids. I two of your daughters.
Right,
Yes.
and my daughter sure does say that your husband fucking my daughter. Right.
Tell him to step it up.
Right. Why the fuck is your little fat ass
Can you please?
Where's your
What's
boy
your name?
Officer Paulson,
Okay.
you can have
Right.
one expedite.
That's why my daughter says your husband her. Right. And he ain't even blood to my daughter.
Erica, can you please put some clothes on?
I will put clothes.
Thank you.
Why is this in my house? You little fat
Stop. Stop.
Hit me.
I will hit you.
Hit me.
Stop.
I will hit you.
Let her hit me.
No.
I
She
wanna
is not
put-
allowed in my house.
This isn't your house. This is my house.
This is
Stop.
my house.
Stop.
Right?
Yes.
This is not
Stop.
in my house.
Stop. Stop. You're not gonna hit her.
Talking shit.
Stop.
Because this little hoe don't mean shit. That's why she lets
Can you
her
give her some
husband my daughter.
Can you get some clothes, please?
I will put clothes on because this little fat ass don't mean shit. Just because her husband doesn't
Stop.
settle her.
Can you give
right?
her some
Because
clothes?
you don't please your husband's needs, right? That's why my 12-year-old says that you beat on her. I will put clothes on right now, officer.
Are these your clothes?
I don't know. And I know she does not like me. She is my older sibling. And my 12-year-old daughter does also say that her husband her.
That's not good.
And he has a history of being a and she has no relation
See if you can find
to
her
me.
some pants, please.
No,
We can't find
she
them.
doesn't need
I
to
don't know
find
if
me
they're
some
upstairs.
pants. And she is a piece of shit because she lets the father
I
of
just
her
want you to put some
children.
clothes on, please. That's all.
Yeah, you can. And I have a lawyer too, just like this little hoe ass.
Okay.
The situation quickly turned violent. Despite the presence of several officers, Erica's rage boiled over. In a sudden explosive move, she lunged at her sister, grabbing her by the hair and physically attacking her right in front of the police. It was a raw, unfiltered display of domestic chaos.
Can you please put some pants on? Stop.
In my house, she's an RN.
Stop it.
You
Stop
got a arrest warrant to be in my
Stop
house, you little fat. This is my mom's bitch. This is not your mom's house. Out of your mom's house, little.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, I'm so scared of you.
I did not touch you.
Put your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. I've been waiting for her to get some pants, and then she finally just hit her again.
Oh, you gotta trust that little. Her whole husband's.
Stop! Stop!
As the officers moved in to restrain her, Erica's resistance only intensified. She screamed about her lawyer money and her status in the community, as if her social standing could somehow erase the fact that she had abandoned her toddlers to get high.
Nah, because I got the best lawyer in Henry County. You're gonna
Go that way.
get this shit. Así como novia.
Cállate, no dejes, no.
Cállate tú, el puto hocico, pinche.
Stop.
Quítate mi pica,
Okay.
puta casa.
Look, you're gonna get additional charges. Just stop. Yeah.
She already got domestic times 3.
You're gonna regret this shit. Put the little fat.
Well, here.
So who the f is arresting me?
Me.
Who is me?
Officer Paulson, I've told you that 5
And
times now.
I'll give
Stand up.
Cause my little fat ass, you little
Stand up.
Nah.
The struggle to get Erica into the patrol car was a grueling, miserable process. She spat directly into an officer's face, a disgusting act of defiance that added felony charges to her mounting list of problems.
Who is this? You a bitch. You scared of me too. You're a
Here, come on.
Oh no, you're a bitch. And I got a good ass lawyer, you little bitch.
Have a seat.
Please.
Spit in my face.
Give me my ass too, you little
Sideways, I'll tug her. She just spit in my
Nah.
face. Did she? Yep. Okay.
Oh, I'm so scared of you little
Get in there, Erica.
I can't get in here. I can't get in here, you little I can't get in here, you little
You gotta get in.
You little grandpa.
Can you stand up?
No, I can't.
Well, you're gonna get in the car either way.
Nah, because I need my glasses, you little You come in my fucking house while I'm watching
Can
my
you go over and help them stand her up?
Nah, you're not. And I got my lawyer, you little What the
At the police station, the vitriol didn't stop. Erica continued to berate the officers and even the paramedics who were called to check her vitals. She mocked the EMS worker, despite knowing his family, showing that her intoxication had stripped away any sense of human connection or respect. To her, everyone was an enemy, and the fact that she was in handcuffs was a personal insult rather than a result of her own neglect.
I cannot wait to punch your little ass out. Oh, yes.
Fun. No!
You better take off these cat clothes, you little 2-centimeter ass.
No.
The fallout of that afternoon was swift and severe. Erica was hit with a litany of charges, including multiple counts of domestic battery, aggravated battery of a police officer, and threatening a public official. While she sits in a cell, her children are finally safe. Currently in the care, the sister was brave enough to intervene. It's a haunting reminder of the collateral damage caused by addiction, how a mother's unbounded soul can leave a trail of traumatized children and a family broken by the very person who was supposed to protect them. This next clip has been circulating widely across the internet lately and was filmed just outside of Lufkin, Texas. In this video, you can see the perspective of a trucker traveling down a highway with a passenger by his side. As the pair approaches a standard intersection, they witness a terrifying event unfolding right in front of them.
There you go. About time. Thank you. Really? You idiots. Mother. Here we go. God damn it. God damn. That dude is not okay. He's gone.
A different truck suddenly pulls out into the middle of the road without checking for oncoming traffic. The driver filming was paying close attention and managed to avoid the danger. However, a truck in the right lane was slightly ahead of them and did not have enough room to stop. You can see the heavy cargo shift forward with a quick motion, smashing directly through the rear of the cabin. I feel terrible for that driver because seeing a massive weight crush your workspace is a nightmare scenario. It's frightening how one person's mistake can put everyone else in a deadly spot. Initially, the damage looks completely unsurvivable. According to the person who shared this footage, the driver was incredibly lucky. He walked away from the wreckage and only suffered a black eye. It is a miracle he was not more severely wounded or struck by the moving freight. This CCTV camera footage comes to us from Quincy, Illinois, and it captures a truly terrifying scene at a railroad crossing. In this video, you can see a Dodge Challenger driving onto the tracks. Usually, people get stuck between the gates, but this driver went onto the rails where there was no crossing at all. I feel terrible for the driver because this was clearly a massive mistake that will be very costly. Initially, it's hard to understand how the car ended up in such a dangerous position. The sports car is completely bottomed out on the iron tracks. A train could appear at any moment and a collision would be unavoidable. This is why I always double check the path ahead when driving near industrial areas at night. It's frightening how one wrong turn could leave you stranded in the path of a locomotive. Never follow GPS directions blindly if they lead you onto tracks. Watch for the reflective white X signs that mark every crossing. Make a swift exit from your vehicle if you ever get stuck on the rails. This next piece of footage is absolutely wild, though I must apologize for the blurry quality. I searched everywhere but could not find a higher resolution version or any clear background information. I also do not have a specific date or location for where this took place. Despite the poor visuals, you can clearly see a man recording his own skiing trip with a body camera. He ended up capturing something much more terrifying than a standard run down the mountain. In this video, you can see the skier moving through deep powder. I honestly expected to see an avalanche start behind him. However, that was not what happened at all. I was never expecting to see him launch his body off a massive cliff and land directly on a paved road. It is shocking to watch him fly through the air toward the asphalt. I feel terrible for this man because that impact must have been incredibly painful. It's hard to understand how he did not see the drop coming. If you look closely, the cliff appears to be the top of a tunnel entrance. It was covered in a thick layer of snow which likely hid the ledge from his view. Always check your path for hidden drops when skiing in unfamiliar areas. Wear bright colors so drivers can see you if you end up near a road. Never ski alone in out of bounds areas where help cannot reach you with a quick response. Watch for signs of man-made structures like tunnels or bridges buried under the snow. Do you think he survived that landing without any broken bones? How would you react if a person suddenly fell from the sky while you were driving? What you're about to see might look impressive to some people. It might even seem like a normal part of industrial work, but it is actually terrifying. In this video, you can see a safety mechanism working as a final line of defense against a disaster. This hydrogen trailer safety valve triggered to release an immense amount of pressure. Sources suggest the pressure was incredibly high, and I'm following those reports. This vent exists to prevent a catastrophic failure. If it did not work, the entire trailer would suffer a massive explosion. Instead of a violent blast, the machine allows for a controlled release of gas. Initially, the scene looks like a simple cloud of steam, then the power of the pressure becomes clear as it shoots into the air with a quick force. The person who filmed this footage said she was just cleaning her house with a vacuum. She noticed something moving inside the dust container. She looked closer and was terrified by what she found. Keep in mind that this event happened in Australia.
So this is from one day when I was vacuuming my room when I was living in Australia, and I vacuumed behind a cushion that was on my floor and sucked up a funnel web spider, which is one of the most deadly spiders in the world. This is a pretty big one. It was just in my bedroom. I hysterically cried for about an hour and then didn't sleep in my room for 3 days, so that's one.
In this video, you can see an Australian funnel web spider trapped inside the machine. Experts consider this species one of the most lethal on the planet. The woman shared the clip on her TikTok page to show the world. Initially, she was just cleaning behind the pillows on her bed. She accidentally sucked the creature up while she was vacuuming her room. This is true nightmare fuel because these spiders can actually kill humans. I feel terrible that she found such a dangerous predator in her own bedroom. It's frightening to think about how close that thing was to her head while she slept. Always shake out your pillows before you lay your head down to sleep. Seal any small cracks in your bedroom walls where a creature could hide. Empty your vacuum outside so you do not release a pest back into your home. Move with a quick motion if you see a spider and do not try to touch it. Welcome to Adana, Turkey, where a small group of people is sitting down for lunch at a local restaurant. It is about 2 in the afternoon and the customers are enjoying the shade of the building. In this video, you can see an air conditioning unit mounted on the exterior wall. It seems like a strange detail to notice until you see what happens next. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner suddenly suffers a violent explosion. The cause of the mechanical failure remains unknown to the public. Initially, the scene is calm, but a massive cloud of debris and dust quickly fills the air. This blast caused a lot of panic for the people sitting just a few feet away. This happened in Saudi Arabia. This isn't necessarily scary per se, but I feel like I had to include it. Watch as this man makes a critical error. This man did something that infuriated the camel, and if I'm being completely honest, my fury would indicate that the camel genuinely wants the man gone based on the way he's pursuing him. I apologize for the low quality footage, but this is a decade old. However, what the footage captures is downright terrifying. This next piece of footage captures a massive disaster in South Korea's Jungang Expressway. The event took place on January 15th. A pileup occurred that left 23 people wounded. Thankfully, no fatalities were reported, which is a miracle. In this video, you can see the total destruction of several vehicles. The road was covered in thick ice. Drivers were disoriented and shocked as they stood on the highway. The frozen ground made it impossible for oncoming traffic to stop. Initially, people tried to warn others, but more cars kept sliding into the wreck. Vehicles crashed into each other at a quick pace. I feel terrible for the victims who had to stand there and watch more impacts happen. It's frightening how a patch of ice can turn a highway into a graveyard of metal. This is why I always feel nervous driving in the winter. You simply lose all control once those tires start to slide. I'm taking you down with me is something this girl took literally. Poor guy did nothing to deserve that. Wouldn't you agree?
Muy buenas tardes con todos. Primeramente quiero dar gracias a Dios por permitirnos estar aquí. Me siento muy orgullosa de representar a la comunidad de Ramalpón. Es un honor estar aquí y quiero decirles de todo corazón que para mí todas somos ganadoras. Mi nombre es Yulisa Marely Dávila González, tengo 15 años de edad y muchas gracias.
In the town of Conchon, Peru, a local community is still dealing with a heavy tragedy from late December 2025. During a public event, a host named Albert Paredes Maya was working on a stage in front of a large crowd. In this video, you can see the metal structure that became the site of a fatal accident. Albert touched the stage frame and was immediately struck by a massive surge of electricity. The electric shock was so powerful that he passed away only minutes after the contact. It is a somber reminder of how a normal workday can turn into a nightmare in a quick moment. I feel terrible for his family because no one should lose their life while simply trying to do their job. This is why I always feel nervous around large temporary setups with lots of messy wiring. The local authorities have opened a serious investigation into the event. Initially, it looked like a freak accident, but investigators found major safety failures at the scene. It appears the negligence of the organizers put every spectator and performer in the area at risk. Any youngster in the audience could have easily touched that metal and been wounded as well. It is chilling to think that a place meant for celebration was actually a death trap. The community remains in deep shock as they wait for justice for Albert. We must ensure that every event space is inspected thoroughly to protect every man, woman, and youngster attending. My heart goes out to the people of Conchon during this difficult time. How often do we walk onto stages or near equipment without thinking about our safety? This story shows that we should never take basic safety for granted. It only takes one loose wire to change a life forever. I hope this investigation leads to real changes in how these festivals are managed. In this video by a witness in Panjshir, China, we see a scene that looks like a minor accident from a distance. However, the reality of what happened to this man is absolutely terrifying. Initially, you might not realize the danger he is in. A factory worker is seen falling directly into a large tank filled with sulfuric acid. The fall was caused by an unstable ladder and a series of safety irregularities at the plant. Negligence at the workplace led to this horrifying moment. I feel terrible that this man had to suffer through such a painful and lonely experience. This is why I always worry about the hidden dangers in industrial areas that we never think about. The worker actually managed to pull himself out of the acid tank on his own, but even though he escaped the liquid, there is no official word on whether he survived his injuries. Sulfuric acid is extremely dangerous and can cause a person to be wounded or struck with permanent damage in a quick moment. The silence regarding his current condition is very unsettling. It's hard to watch someone struggle in such a desperate situation. We should all be grateful for the safety rules that keep us away from such hazards. What do you think happened to the worker after the camera stopped rolling? It is a somber reminder that safety should always be a top priority in any high-risk job. A quick lapse in judgment or a broken tool can change everything in a second. In the Yeşilyurt district of Malatya, Turkey, a powerful snowstorm on December 29, 2025 turned the local streets into a literal ice rink. The frozen surface made braking completely impossible for anyone on the road. In this video, you can see how a moving vehicle turns into a projectile. It hits a parked car with enough force to actually leverage the weight of the stationary vehicle. The impact is violent and sudden. Despite how terrifying the crash looks, there was only property damage reported at the scene. Fortunately, no one was hurt in this specific collision. I feel terrible for the owners who have to deal with the wreckage after such a chaotic storm. This is why I never like driving when the roads are completely covered in a fresh layer of black ice. Initially, the streets look quiet, but the lack of control for the drivers is alarming. A moving car on ice is a heavy object that cannot be stopped by human effort alone. If a youngster had been walking between those cars, they could have been struck or wounded by the sliding metal. We must ensure every youngster understands the danger of standing near a road during a freeze. It is a somber reminder of how quickly nature can take away our control. A quick slide can lead to a lifetime of regret if the circumstances are different. We are lucky that this event ended without any loss of life. After being struck by the Zagraya ship during a port entrance maneuver, the Princess and her score, Jessica's ship, anchored in the port of Dar sank without any casualties. In the quiet seaside town of Ocean Ridge, Florida, a simple traffic stop for an expired tag was about to devolve into a bizarre display of defiance. It began when an officer pulled over a Jeep Wrangler, expecting a routine interaction, but the woman behind the wheel wasn't interested in routine. From the moment the officer approached, the air filled with a specific kind of tension, the kind that rises when someone believes they exist outside the laws of the society they live in. The woman immediately launched into a script familiar to law enforcement, the sovereign citizen defense. She questioned the legality of the stop, demanding to know if she had committed a crime or hurt anyone. When the officer pointed out her expired registration, she countered with a chillingly calm insistence that she wasn't driving but traveling. It's a linguistic game played by those who believe that by using specific magic words, they can bypass the authority of the badge.
Well, I'll need your license. You have a choice, okay? And I'm going to explain this to you really probably once or twice to you, okay? I will call my supervisor, but if you fail to produce your information...
Call your supervisor. I'm not failing to do anything. I'm asking for you.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm asking for
It's
your
upon
supervisor.
demand.
I'm demanding your supervisor.
No, you don't get to demand my
You're a public
supervisor.
servant.
You wait, because
You serve the public.
Yes.
I didn't cause any crime. I didn't hurt
509.
anybody. I'm not...
526. Would you 56 me here? Now I need your license, please.
I'm not doing anything commercially. So...
Your tag is expired.
I have it.
Come here. I'll show you.
No.
It's right here. Stay here. Don't move.
Expired vehicle registration. Driver license not valid. 2018 white G utility vehicle.
As the officer's patience began to wear thin, the woman's tone shifted from inquisitive to arrogant. She demanded a supervisor convinced that a higher-ranking officer would somehow validate her distorted view of the law. She sat in her vehicle filming the encounter, seemingly emboldened by her own rhetoric. But what she didn't realize was that her refusal to provide a license and registration was transforming a simple citation into a criminal offense. When the supervisor finally arrived, the atmosphere reached a breaking point. The woman, still clinging to her traveling defense, asked once more if the stop was lawful or legal. The supervisor didn't waste time with a philosophy lesson.
The tag is expired, and she won't produce her driver's license, registration, or insurance.
Okay.
She's traveling.
Okay.
Hi.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing
Good. So I'm the day shift supervisor.
Hi.
This officer has conducted a lawful traffic stop.
Is it lawful or illegal?
It's a lawful traffic stop.
It is. And
yes.
what law am I am I breaking?
Apparently, you're
what law is that?
Okay. Can we see your license and registration?
That has nothing
Okay.
to do
10:15.
with because are you?
You're under arrest.
Okay. For
No.
what? Why are you arresting me? Is your
Yeah. You know what for. Right? Welcome to America.
wow?
This is
Please
not.
don't-
This isn't.
Don't resist.
I'm not resisting.
Yes, you are.
This is not even my car. I did not.
Lock this.
This is crazy.
As she was led away, she began to plead that it wasn't even her car, a desperate attempt to distance herself from the very vehicle she claimed she had a sovereign right to travel in. The arrogance that had fueled her arguments just moments before evaporated, replaced by the cold reality of a jail cell. At the police station, the defiance returned in a hollow, desperate form. Inside the holding cell, she continued to argue semantics, claiming the officers never asked for an ID, only a driver's license. It was a final, pathetic attempt to win a legal battle that she had already lost the moment she decided the rules didn't apply to her.
Why step into there? Why are you putting me in here?
Why am I putting you in here?
Yes.
Why do you think I'm putting you in here?
Why are you putting me in here? This is absurd.
Turn around.
Wow. This is absurd.
What you're gonna do is provide your driver's license.
This encounter serves as a disturbing look at the sovereign citizen movement, a reminder how a few distorted ideas can lead an ordinary person to challenge the very foundation of public safety, turning a simple afternoon drive into a fast track to a criminal record. In this footage, we see a forklift carrying a tall pile of panels. The load is not secured or tied down in any way. This creates a major tipping hazard as soon as the lift begins to lower. You can see the panels start to shift toward a worker standing nearby. Operators should never move a machine near people with an unstable load. The panels fall with a quick force that traps the man underneath. I feel awful that he was put in this position by a coworker. It's a terrifying reminder of how dangerous a warehouse can be. Someone should tell this biker to look before switching lanes. Good thing he didn't get hurt. In this video, we see a worker performing a task on a very steep roof. He decided to leave his slippers behind to climb even higher. Initially, he thinks his bare feet will give him better grip. This was a massive mistake that left him with no traction at all. As he reaches the top, he loses his footing and begins to slide. He moves down the pitched surface at a quick speed. I feel sick watching him struggle to find something to grab. This is why I never like being on high structures without a safety line. Always wear proper safety boots with high traction soles. Use a harness that is securely anchored to the building. Avoid working on roofs during high winds or wet conditions. New Year's Eve in Angra dos Reis. located on the beautiful coast of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, was meant to be a time of celebration. However, the night quickly turned into a scene of absolute terror for those in attendance. In this video, you can see a large crowd gathered to watch the festive pyrotechnic show. A major malfunction occurred within the fireworks display during the height of the party. Instead of launching safely into the night sky, the explosives were directed toward the unsuspecting people below. Initially, the spectators were cheering and filming the lights. Then the rockets began to rain down on the beach with a quick and violent force. The sudden shift caused massive panic and chaos as everyone scrambled to find cover from the falling fire. I feel terrible for the families who just wanted to enjoy a holiday and ended up running for their lives. This is why I never like being in the middle of large crowds. During firework events, you're completely at the mercy of the equipment. Authorities are still investigating the specific defect that caused this dangerous failure. At least 3 people were wounded during the incident. For the guests who were present, the celebration ended in the most horrific way imaginable. It is a miracle that more people were not struck by the flying projectiles.
Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated a juvenile, because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls?
Here's a story that could drive you insane if the internet doesn't already enrage you enough on a regular basis. Jesse Butler is our young person in this video, and the reason this man is criticizing him in this manner is because Jesse was recently found not guilty of sexually abusing 2 females. Furthermore, many believe that his father's ties may have contributed to the lenient punishment.
Jesse, why are you defending your rapist son? Jesse, come on, talk to us. Why'd you rape the girls? Come on, Jackie. Let him talk to us. Let him explain why he raped them.
Do you feel bad for being a rapist?
Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
You see, Mr. Butler, the senior, was once OSU's football director. Additionally, others believe that the judge accepted a plea offer since sports are very important in this region of the United States. Either way, it's really embarrassing, isn't it? In this clip, you can see 2 workers climb onto a mobile scaffold. Both of them make the mistake of standing on the same side of the platform. Initially, the metal frame seems to hold their weight. However, the distribution is uneven and the center of gravity shifts. The entire structure begins to tip over with a swift motion. They both fall to the ground as the scaffold collapses on top of them. I feel terrible that they did not take a second to balance the load. It is frightening how a stable platform can become a trap so fast. Spread the weight evenly across any work surface. Never exceed the maximum load limit listed on the equipment. Check that the ground is level before you start your climb. The new year has only just begun and Venezuela is already the focus of a major global crisis. In the early hours of January 3rd, 2026, the city of Caracas was rocked by loud explosions. In this video, you can hear the roar of low-flying jets passing over the buildings. The footage shows the night sky lighting up as the conflict begins. Initially, many people were confused about what was happening in the darkness. President Donald Trump soon confirmed that he personally ordered these military strikes. He also stated that United States forces successfully captured Nicolas Maduro during the operation. The local government is calling this a cowardly attack on their nation. I feel terrible for the families who had to wake up to the sounds of war in their backyard. It is frightening to think how a quick change in politics can lead to a full-scale invasion. However, several new videos show a very different side of the story. You can see large groups of people celebrating in the streets despite the danger.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, no saben lo que hay ahí que se cambie. Sí.
esa, weón. Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda, porque aquí me está explotando.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿o yo?
Huevo.
Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, ¿o yo?
Marico, mira esa mierda.
The citizens seem to believe this marks the final end of the long-standing regime. I never like seeing violence, but the joy in these clips suggests how much the population has suffered. Watching them cheer while jets are still in the air is truly surreal. One swift strike has changed the entire future of this country in a single night. Outdoor Family is a YouTube channel from Turkey known for peaceful camping trips in beautiful remote areas. Their videos usually focus on family bonding, slow living, and cooking over a warm campfire. However, during one trip, their experience became anything but peaceful. Their quiet night was disturbed by something silently circling their tent in the dark. This threat was not a storm or a group of strangers.
Çok güzel bir manzara.
Ne güzel olmuş ya.
Ya bulutlar harika.
Harikadır. Aynı şeyde.
The family chose a quiet spot in a forest near an open clearing to set up their camp. It was autumn, so the air was cool and the ground was covered in golden leaves. Initially, the setting seemed nearly perfect for their adventure. They spent the day gathering firewood and drinking tea under the clear sky, but as the sun began to set, they heard strange sounds echoing through the deep trees.
Ses geldi baba.
Ne?
Evet. Hayvan sesi ya. Ne oldu ya? Çakal mı, kurt mu?
Bir şey gözüküyor mu?
Yok bir şey.
Ha?
Yok bir şey. Bu etraflar orada. Hayvan çok. Kurt var, çakal var, ayı var.
Initially, it sounded like normal wildlife noises, like snapping twigs or distant howls, but as the family headed into the tent for the night, the sounds moved much closer.
Başka? Duydun mu?
Ne?
Bir şey çadırı vurdu. Başka?
Bir bakayım.
Aşkım dikkat et.
Hı? Bir bakayım.
Hava dikkatli ol. Avat.
Efendim?
Neredesin?
Buraya gel, geliyorum.
Neydi?
Bilmiyorum. Şey görmem. Hayvan mı? Bu etrafta. Hadi canım hadi. Gidelim. Şey.
They heard heavy steps and the rustling of something moving around their perimeter. Inside the tent, the dog became very restless. Then something suddenly struck the fabric of the tent from the outside. I feel terrible for the family because that level of fear would make it impossible to sleep. This is why I always feel a bit nervous when I'm in the deep woods at night. The father stepped outside with a flashlight and swept the beam across the clearing. He saw nothing, but the sense of unease remained. They spent the rest of the night in a state of high tension and fragmented sleep.
Ne oldu? Şey mi buldun? Her yer çamur ya.
Baba bu neyse?
Bu mu? Bu kurt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bak.
Çok güzel.
Çok büyük ya. Görüyor musun? Bayağı da büyük. Dün gecedeki kurt olabilir. Burada her ne izi istersen var ya bak. Domuz, inek, kurt, ayı da olabilir.
Bak.
O da var.
Başka? Bir şey yakaladı mı?
Bilmiyorum bir bakayım. Bir saniye. Kurt gibi bir şey. Kurt.
Gerçekten?
Evet. 20 çekim yapmış. Çadır etrafında dolaşıyor.
Belliydi zaten.
Evet. Kurt.
Sesi geliyordu.
Evet, dün gece bayağı dolaştı bizim etrafımızda. Gözükmüyor burada. Neyse iyiymiş.
In the morning, the family found large paw prints in the mud surrounding their tent. These tracks were too distinct to belong to a stray dog. They reviewed the trail camera footage they had set up the night before. The video showed a gray wolf circling their tent for a large part of the night. It moved quietly just yards away from where the family and any youngster were sleeping. The animal did not charge or attack, but it watched and lingered for a long time. At one point, the wolf walked directly past the camera lens. Its eyes caught the infrared glow before it vanished back into the dark woods. This discovery shifted the entire tone of their trip. While the forest looked safe in the sun, it was clear the wilderness was far wilder than they expected. They soon found even more tracks further out from the camp. They saw signs of wild boar, cows, and even what could have been a bear. It was obvious that they had set up their camp in an active territory for predators. I would be so shaken up if I found out a wolf was watching me through a thin layer of fabric. Do you think you could stay the night in a place where wolves are known to hunt? The wolf never tried to enter the tent, and no one was wounded or hurt, but the family left with a realization that humans are only guests in the wild. Sometimes the residents of the land choose to watch us from just beyond the reach of our campfire light. It is a haunting thought that something could be inches away while you sleep. What would you do if you woke up to a wolf standing outside your tent door? Safety tips for forest camping. Keep all food inside airtight containers to avoid attracting hungry animals. Build a large fire and keep it burning to act as a barrier against predators. Never let a youngster wander away from the campsite after the sun sets. Always keep a light source and a noisemaker inside the tent with you. Check the area for fresh tracks or animal droppings before you pitch your tent. If you see a wolf, do not run, but make yourself look as large as possible. In this video, you can see a man performing a task that is incredibly dangerous. He is standing on a ladder that he placed on top of a mobile scaffold. The worker is high in the air without a spotter to watch his back. He also made the mistake of not locking the wheels on the base. Initially, he seems to be doing fine while he reaches for his work. Then the scaffold begins to roll away from the wall with a quick motion. I feel terrible for him because he has absolutely no way to stop the movement. It is frightening how one small oversight can lead to a long fall. Always lock your wheels before you climb a platform. In this video, a concrete mixer truck has become stuck in the mud. A crawler excavator moves in to try and push the heavy vehicle out. Initially, the plan seems to be working as the truck moves forward. Then something goes wrong with the angle of the push. The excavator center of gravity shifts and the machine tips over. The massive piece of equipment falls onto its side with a quick thud. I feel terrible for the driver who was trapped inside the cabin. This is why I never like being near heavy machinery on soft ground. In this video, we see a terrifying accident that took place in Laughlin, Nevada. The event happened on December 15th, 2025 and was caused by excessive speed. You can see the vehicle moving much too fast before it loses control. Initially, the car strikes a wall with a quick impact. The force of the crash ejected the driver from her seat and into the air. I feel terrible for anyone who has to experience such a violent loss of control. By a stroke of incredible luck, she landed in a backyard swimming pool. This pool was the only spot in the entire yard that could have cushioned her fall. In this footage by the local authorities, we see her being pulled from the water. She was conscious when help arrived at the scene. Only 15 minutes later, she was already standing and speaking to the police. It is a miracle that she was not severely wounded or struck by the debris. The story of Mary Wojtyla, often cited as Mary Woodchoke Tilla in phonetic transcriptions, remains one of the most haunting and widely utilized cautionary tales in modern safety education. Her story serves as a visceral, permanent reminder of why warning signals at railway crossings must never be disregarded. This catastrophic event occurred on the late afternoon on August 26, 1991 in Downers Grove, Illinois. On that particular Monday around 5 p.m., the Fairview Avenue station, one of the primary hubs on the BNSF commuter line, was bustling with activity. Among the crowd were a dedicated train spotter and his young grandson. They had arrived equipped with a video camera to document a specific piece of transit history, the Burlington Northern E9 commuter train, which was nearing the end of its operational life on the Metro line. The pair positioned their tripod and recording gear near the pedestrian crosswalk facing the 3 parallel sets of tracks. The footage they captured that day began as a routine documentation of transit, but quickly transformed into a chilling historical record. The video reveals a startling reality of the early 1990s, a widespread casual indifference toward railway safety protocols. In the footage, a stationary train is seen idling at the platform while passengers disembark. The crossing gates are down and the red lights are flashing continuously. Despite these warnings, dozens of commuters are seen ducking under the barriers and stepping over the rails. During this era, many pedestrians treated railway crossings with the same informal judgment they applied to jaywalking because the gates and electronic signals were relatively new additions to some stations. Locals often relied on their own senses, sight and sound, rather than the automated warnings. There was a false sense of security born from a lifetime of living near the tracks. People believed they could outsmart the machinery or accurately predict a train's arrival. The fatal illusion: trains are deceptively quiet when approaching at high speeds, and their massive size creates an optical illusion that makes them appear to be moving slower than they actually are. Mary Wojtyla was a 41-year-old mother of 3 from Chicago. At the time of the incident, she was in the midst of a divorce and was heading to a nearby office to sign the final papers that would signal the start of a new chapter in her life. She was accompanied by her attorney as they hurried toward the Fairview Avenue station. As they approached the tracks, the barriers remained lowered. Most people in the crowd assumed the signals were active only because of the unloading train currently stopped at the station. However, this stationary train created a massive blind spot, obscuring the middle track. A woman standing near the gate can be seen on film, hesitating and stopping. She had sensed something was wrong. Mary and her lawyer, seemingly in a great rush, bypassed her and stepped onto the tracks. The idling train muffled the sound of an oncoming express train and blocked it from view. The lawyer, who was slightly ahead, caught a glimpse of the approaching Burlington Northern E9 at the very last microsecond and managed to recoil. The impact. Mary did not see it. She stepped directly into the path of the train, which was traveling at approximately 60 miles per hour. The impact was instantaneous and violent. Mary was thrown with such force that her body struck the cameraman and his equipment. The horrific nature of the collision meant she perished instantly. The consequences extended beyond the loss of life. The man filming suffered a broken leg from the impact of Mary's body. His grandson was struck by flying debris, and the train operators, who didn't even realize they had hit someone until 10 minutes later, along with dozens of witnesses, were left with deep emotional scars. Today, this footage is a cornerstone of the Operation Lifesaver program. It is used in safety presentations across the globe to demonstrate that cleverness and familiarity are no match for the physics of a moving train. In this footage, a worker is repairing a traffic light from a boom lift. He is high above the road while cars pass by underneath him. A large truck approaches the intersection at a quick speed. The trailer does not have enough clearance to pass under the bucket. The truck strikes the platform and causes the bucket to tip over. The worker is thrown out of his workspace with a swift jerk. I feel awful for him because he had no warning before the impact. It's terrifying to be suspended over a busy road like that. Use cones to close a lane directly under your work area. Check the height of your bucket before you start the job. Always wear a safety harness that is clipped into the lift. On December 19, 2025, just after 10:15 p.m., a man called 911 to report that his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was attempting to break into her home on Chile Avenue and might be armed. Officers responding to the call approached 38-year-old Eric Davis near the side of the house.
Drop the weapon.
Drop the weapon.
Back up now. Drop it. Move back. I'm gonna take him. Back up.
Don't shoot him. Don't shoot him, my son.
Move back. Move back. Drop now. I got one more second on location. No. Drop the weapon. Move back. Did you call? Can I get one more sector here? One on there. Drop the weapon! No! Drop it! Drop the weapon now! Drop it! Sir! Drop the weapon now! What? Reyes, come! Reyes, come this way! I'm gonna shoot him. I told you to back up. Back up now. Back up now! Now you are making the problem no Ma'am, you'll have to move back. Hey, stop! Stop! Sir, go over there. Go. Drop it now. Drop it. Sir, back up. Drop it now.
Drop the weapon.
Back up now. Drop it. Back up. I'm gonna tase him. Back up.
Don't shoot him.
One boy. Drop no. Did you call? Can I get one more second? Drop it now. Drop it. Sir, let go of it. Drop it. I'm gonna shoot him. No. Look at that. I told you to back up. Tell you to back up now. Now you want to make the problem no back up. Hey, stop! Back up! Stop fire!
Hardly any pieces of found footage carry the same level of cryptic dread and visceral discomfort as the cult underground tape titled Grave Robbing for Morons. Spanning a duration of over 25 minutes, the grainy footage depicts a youthful male estimated to be in his late teens or perhaps his early 20s, offering a nonchalant step-by-step tutorial on the macabre art of desecrating burial sites. Identifying himself simply as Anthony, the protagonist casually handles what looks to be a genuine human cranium throughout the presentation. This disturbing artifact has drifted through the digital ether for several decades. It first haunted the corners of primitive internet message boards before eventually finding a wider, morbidly curious audience on YouTube. Despite its notoriety, investigators have failed to confirm the actual identity of the filmmaker, whether the grisly contents are legitimate or staged, the fundamental motivation behind producing such a recording. For a 5-year period following its initial digital servicing, the tape remained largely obscure. Its journey into the mainstream of internet subculture began when a creator named Simon Pred uploaded segments of the footage. However, widespread public fascination didn't truly ignite until approximately 2 years later, when horror-centric websites began analyzing the clip. For archival enthusiasts, a version of the footage was preserved on the Internet Archive as recently as May 2017. While a definitive wrap date for the production remains elusive, circumstantial evidence points toward the late 1980s or the dawn of the 1990s. This estimation is supported by a few key visual clues. Early in the recording, a VHS copy of the horror classic Evil Dead 2 is visible on the table. Given that this film wasn't distributed on home video until 1987, the tape could not have been filmed prior to that year. The interior decor and general visual fidelity are perfectly consistent with the aesthetic of that era. One of the most persistent theories links the video to the dark legacy of Ricky Casso, a notorious Long Island teenager. In 1984, Casso gained infamy for murdering his peer Gary Lowers during what was described as a satanic ritual. Casso had a documented history of grave desecration in Northport between 1983 and 1984. Intriguingly, Anthony claims in the video that a specific shop in Greenwich Village pays a bounty of $500 for human skulls, a specific detail that also appears in a fictionalized account of Casso's life. Researcher Jesse Pollock posits that the video might have been created by a fan or observer who was influenced by that specific book. Another name frequently surfaced is Anthony Casamasima, a man apprehended for grave-related crimes in the late 1990s. The theory gained traction because the host of the video begins to say a surname before abruptly cutting himself off. However, the math doesn't quite add up. Age gap. Casamasima was in his 40s at the time of his arrest. If the video was shot in 1990, he would have been in his 30s, significantly older than the boyish figure on the screen. Casamasima was primarily focused on rescuing sculptures and artwork from mausoleums to prevent vandalism rather than the harvesting of biological remains discussed in the video. Even after 3 decades, the veil of secrecy remains intact. Some speculate that the entire production was a masterclass in misdirection, with the name, the mentioned locations, and even the host's distinct speech impediment serving as deliberate red herrings to shield the creators from legal repercussions. If the video was indeed a calculated hoax or a meticulously hidden crime, it succeeded brilliantly. Until a concrete breakthrough occurs, it remains one of the internet's most haunting and unexplained relics. In this video, you can see a restricted zone marked with safety tape. The area is also lined with cones to keep people away from the danger. Initially, the scene is quiet and nobody is near the line. Then a person decides to ignore every single warning sign. They step over the tape and walk onto thin metal sheets. The metal is only there to cover a deep hole in the floor. The surface gives way with a quick snap and the person disappears. I feel terrible for them. But they chose to walk into a clear trap. Never ignore safety tape or warning cones at a site. Assume that any covered area is a hole until proven otherwise. The person was lucky if they were not severely wounded by the fall. They could have been struck by the jagged edges of the metal. On December 19, 2025, just after 10:15 p.m., a man called 911 to report that his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was attempting to break into her home on Chile Avenue and might be armed. Officers responding to the call approached 38-year-old Eric Davis near the side of the house. Without warning, Davis pulled out a handgun and fired at least 6 rounds, striking both officers. Davis then fled toward the rear yards as chaos erupted.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the back entrance. Hey, you got some... Open in the front.
Yeah, I'm talking to her up front with the car that came in. This was on the west side of the house last seen. I don't see anything now.
Hello? You good?
Yeah, he's right here.
Watch out.
In the confusion, the 911 caller drew his legally registered handgun and fired 6 rounds in the direction of what he believed was a threat. One officer returned fire with 3 rounds, while the other fired 6. The 911 caller was struck at least twice, including 1 confirmed round fired from an officer's handgun.
Charlie, you there?
Channel BJLA.
I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot! I'm shot!
Hey, man. Yep, we got someone back there. Here, hold up. Is he still here?
He was at the side of the window.
The side of the window over here? She opened in the front. Yeah, I'm talking to her up front with the car that came in. Guess he was on the west side of the house last seen. I don't see anything now. Yeah, he's right here. What you doing? What? What you doing? I'm talking. Person Charlie, you there? Negative. Here, turn around. For what?
Despite suffering severe injuries, one of the wounded officers was able to relay critical suspect information while being rushed to the hospital in the back of a patrol car. Responding officers soon located Davis near the intersection of Barnett Boulevard and Thurston Road. When Officer 3 attempted to stop him, Davis immediately opened fire again, striking the officer in the upper body. Even while wounded, the officer returned fire. A 4th officer arrived moments later and also engaged Davis. One officer fired from behind a tree as bullets tore into the trunk from Davis's gunfire.
Blocking off traffic. Hey man, stop for a second. Stop for a second. Show me your hands. What you want? I try like. Come here. We're not Thurston right now. I'm shot. He's got a gun. He's going. West. I need an ambulance. Give me the car! Give me the car! Suspect down. I'm holding at lethal. Help me! Someone get the suspect down right now. Please slow it down. Slow it down. I'm shot. He's got a gun. He's going. I didn't even do it. Get on the fucking ground! Get on the fucking ground!
Suspect's down. I'm holding at lethal. Someone get suspects down right now.
Please slow it down. Slow it down. Give us a direction to come in. So there isn't a crossfire.
You okay? Suspect! You're all the way to the fucking gun now!
I'm good. Not good.
Davis was shot and killed at the scene. Investigators later determined that on Thurston Road, Davis fired at least 8 rounds at officers. Officer 3 returned fire with 7 rounds, and Officer 4 fired 4. All 3 injured officers were transported to Strong Memorial Hospital. The first officer was released the following day but continues to receive medical treatment. The second officer remains hospitalized with serious injuries. The third officer was discharged on December 24 and is recovering at home. The 911 caller, who was also wounded, has since been released. This next clip takes us to the city of Santana do Livramento in Brazil. A massive fire broke out at a local supermarket on December 31st, 2025. In this video, you can see a team of firefighters approaching the burning building. They were trying to find a way inside to put out the flames. Initially, the situation looked like a standard structural fire.
Explodiu, pessoal! Explodiu, pessoal! Socorro! Puta merda! Explodiu, pessoal! Meu coração! Ai, meu Deus! Por que eu tava aqui? Eu vou embora! Socorro!
Suddenly, a terrifying backdraft occurs as the crew opens the door. This is a violent explosion caused by a sudden rush of oxygen into pressurized space. The blast was incredibly quick and threw the first responders backward. I feel terrible for these brave people who are just trying to protect their community. It is frightening how a fire can hide such a deadly trap behind a closed door. The force of the explosion left 17 people wounded. The victims included 13 firefighters and 4 civilians. 5 people are still in the hospital recovering from their injuries. 2 of the firefighters are in critical condition and had to be moved to intensive care. I hope they're able to make a swift recovery after such a traumatic event. This nighttime dashcam footage captures something utterly terrifying. Take a look. These soldiers were being pursued at the front by a heavy bomber drone in Dow Blast. It would be hard to see as is, of course, but even in the dark, its magnitude kind of made it obvious. Excellent aim, but this was really scary. In a situation like this, being pursued by a drone is terrifying. Just before dawn on February 23, 2025, a desperate call shattered the quiet of Burke County, Georgia. It was still early, not yet 6 a.m., when a frantic voice reached 911. The caller was crying uncontrollably, words breaking apart between sobs, barely able to form sentences. All dispatchers could clearly make out was fear, urgency, and repeated pleas for help. Deputies were immediately sent to a mobile home along 4 Points Road near the small community of Waynesboro. When they arrived only minutes later, the atmosphere outside was tense and silent, the kind of stillness that often signals something has gone terribly wrong. What they discovered inside would quickly become one of the most shocking incidents the area had seen in years. On the bedroom floor, officers found 30-year-old Tevin Osborne gravely injured and struggling to breathe. Standing nearby was his girlfriend, Hannah Cobb, barefoot, shaking, and visibly overwhelmed. Her hands trembled as she tried to explain what had happened, repeating over and over that it was not intentional. Body camera footage would later capture the full weight of the moment, the confusion, the urgency, and the emotional chaos unfolding inside that small room.
Sheriff's office.
Hey, come in. I'm sorry. Get her out of here. Hey, step out.
One deputy immediately dropped to Osborne's side to begin emergency medical care, while others focused on stabilizing Hannah, who was in clear shock. Her speech was frantic and disorganized, and at one point she repeatedly referred to Tevin as her baby. That word initially alarmed officers, raising concern that a child might be involved or injured somewhere inside the home. But within moments, they realized she was using the term affectionately. Her 2 children were not present and were safe with her mother elsewhere.
Just stand right there with him. Hey, hey, breathe for me, okay? Breathe. Look at me. Breathe.
Yes, sir.
Breathe.
It's my baby. I shot him on accident. I didn't.
Through tears and short, uneven breaths, Hannah described what she said had happened. According to her account, she had been handling a firearm inside the bedroom, something she claimed was part of a routine she followed before going to sleep. She told deputies she was checking the weapon when she unintentionally pulled the trigger. In her panic, she explained that she had racked the slide while her finger was still positioned in a dangerous place. The discharge happened instantly. Her voice cracked repeatedly as she tried to explain. She insisted she loved Osborne and never intended to harm him. The shock of what had just occurred seemed to hit her in waves, each realization triggering fresh bursts of crying and repeated apologies. Deputies carefully moved her away from the bedroom so paramedics and officers could continue life-saving efforts without distraction. Outside, they worked to help her regain some control over her breathing. She was still barefoot in the cold morning air, so officers gently assisted her in finding clothing and shoes while keeping her calm. Their tone remained steady and deliberate, guiding her step by step through simple instructions meant to anchor her attention.
Hey, give me some pants right there, Johnson, for her. Step back up here. I don't want you going up.
Oh, yes, if I see him, I'll take the ones I was holding him with.
Hey, breathe for me, okay? Okay. Just breathe for me, okay? Take a deep breath. Breathe.
Meanwhile, inside the home, emergency responders continued fighting to stabilize Osborne. CPR and other medical interventions were underway as precious minutes slipped by. The scene inside the small mobile home was one of urgency and heartbreak, with responders working quietly but intensely to keep him alive. As Hannah sat with deputies, she continued to recount the same sequence of events again and again, as though trying to understand it herself. She explained that both she and Osborne kept firearms nearby while sleeping, usually on a dresser or nightstand. That morning, in what she described as a tragic mistake, she manipulated the weapon incorrectly while distracted or half awake. The result was instant and irreversible.
We went out tonight, and we got home recently, and we were just checking my gun for when we got in, and I pulled it back, and the safety wasn't on. I didn't check it first. That was my fault, and I just looked at it and I pulled the trigger.
Throughout the interaction, deputies balanced 2 equally critical priorities: managing a life-threatening emergency and supporting someone experiencing overwhelming emotional trauma. Officers collected her identifying information calmly, verifying details like her date of birth while maintaining a reassuring presence. Every movement was measured, from helping her into warm clothing to guiding her into the back of a patrol vehicle where she could sit safely while the situation unfolded. Gradually, her breathing began to steady. Though her distress remained obvious, she continued apologizing repeatedly, her voice carrying the weight of the shock, guilt, and disbelief. For first responders, the morning highlighted the unpredictable nature of emergency calls involving firearms. What began as a routine welfare response quickly became a complex scene requiring both medical urgency and emotional sensitivity. Deputies and paramedics had to move swiftly, communicate clearly, and remain composed despite the intense emotional environment around them. The incident also became a powerful reminder how quickly everyday routines can turn catastrophic when safety precautions fail. The events of that morning unfolded in seconds, yet the consequences would last far longer for everyone involved. In the months that followed, the case would be discussed widely with the community, not only because of its tragic outcome, but because of how it illustrated the critical role a calm, disciplined response during high-stress situations. The professionalism displayed by emergency personnel, balancing compassion with efficiency, became a central part of how the incident was remembered. Captured by the Japanese ghost hunting duo Tomo and Hiro from the YouTube channel Oki Film, this investigation starts like a typical urban legend and then slowly turns into something that feels a lot harder to explain. They travel to Aoi, Japan to check out an old house locals avoid for one specific reason. People claim the place is haunted by the spirit of a young one who never left. Inside, the house already feels wrong. The air has this stale, closed-in heaviness, like the building has been holding its breath for years. As they move through the rooms, they notice details that don't fit, odd gaps in the layout, strange angles in the walls, until they stumble onto something neither of them expected: a concealed passage, a narrow corridor tucked out of sight like it was designed to be forgotten.
うわ、開けていいのかな。
しょうがないね。
まあ、行くしかない。
ちょっと待って、なんかちょっと臭いかも。
マジ？
やばい、引っかかってる。うわ、どう？
いや、わかる。確かに。
変な部屋。何これ？何この空間？やば。あ、マーラーまでもこれ。ああ。開けるよ。うわうわうわうわうわ。
いや、何
何これ？病室じゃん。なんだこれ？
え？ペットってことだよね、でもね。
いや、おかしくない？
まあ。
何これ？
確かに、病院とかで。
病院じゃん。
使ってるやつ。
病室だよね。待って、子供部屋やん、ここ。
マジ？
子供部屋だよ。見て。ほら。
あ、人形。うわ。
The hallway is tight, unlit, and unsettlingly deliberate, almost like someone wanted it hidden from casual eyes. It leads them deeper into the house and into a small room coated in dust and silence. The space looks less like storage and more like it once served a specific purpose, a sick room, the kind of place where someone stayed when they weren't getting better. The atmosphere feels heavier in here, thicker, like the temperature drops a few degrees the moment they cross the threshold. And this is where the first chilling detail happens, one they don't even realize in real time. As Tomo and Hiro step into the room, the camera catches something near a curtain. For a split second, a pale face peeks out from behind the fabric, partially blocked, like it's testing whether it's safe to look. Then it instantly slips back out of view. No sound, no movement from the investigators. They don't react because they never see it. The moment is gone, but the camera keeps rolling, quietly preserving what their eyes missed. After searching a bit longer, Hiro decides to take it a step further. He tells Tomo he wants to stay inside alone to see if anything will show itself when there's only one person in the house. He sets his phone up as a static camera in the other room, places it carefully and sits down to wait. Minutes drag into half an hour. The house settles around him. The walls creak like they're shifting under pressure. Shadows stretch and shrink with no obvious cause. A few strange noises break through the silence, but nothing clear enough to prove anything. Eventually, Hiro gets up to check his phone, only to find it on the floor. It's been knocked over. The recording has stopped early. The device is still warm, like it fell recently, but there's no clear explanation for why it went down. Later, when they review the footage, the mood changes completely. Right before the phone tips, a faint, ominous sound rises, like a low metallic ringing that doesn't belong in a quiet room. After that, Tomo and Hiro aren't debating anymore. They don't treat it like a rumor or a spooky story. They leave convinced the house isn't empty and whatever is inside it isn't just lingering. It's aware, it's watching, and it clearly didn't want them filming. What do you make of this? Let me know in the comments. I've never seen a person this oblivious and lucky simultaneously. Have you? Watch and be the judge. I have no idea what the BMW driver was thinking. He cuts across like the road belongs to him. No clear signal, no hesitation, just a sudden move that puts everyone around him at risk. At the same time, the other driver is flying in way too fast for that stretch, which turns a bad decision into near disaster. When you watch it back, you can see how tiny the margin was between a scare and a fatal impact. The wild part is the woman caught in the middle doesn't even realize how close it gets. One step, 1 second, one slight shift in timing, and she would have been hit. That's how these moments happen, not with warning, but with overlap. Two reckless choices collide and an innocent person almost pays for it. Honestly, there wasn't much she could have done differently besides reacting a fraction faster, and even that might not have been enough. In the early hours of Friday, August 7, 2015, what appeared to be an ordinary summer morning in a quiet apartment complex in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, slowly transformed into the beginning of a case that would deeply disturb both investigators and the public. The discovery did not come from a random patrol or a suspicious call. Instead, it began with a simple act of concern, one friend checking on another after something felt off. Heather Nicole Maples was only 22 years old at the time, standing at a point in life filled with promise and momentum. She had recently been accepted into a university psychology program, an achievement she had worked toward for years. Those close to her described her as warm, compassionate, and deeply trusting. She was the kind of person who listened carefully, offered help without hesitation, and believed in seeing the good in others. Heather had relocated to Murfreesboro to work and save money while preparing for school. She lived in a modest apartment not far from her job and had formed a small but close network of coworkers and neighbors. Among them was Kelsey Price, who not only worked alongside Heather, but also lived nearby. The two often traveled to work together and maintained a routine that felt predictable and safe. On Thursday, August 6th, Heather went through her day like any other. During her shift, she mentioned to Kelsey that she planned to go out that evening. Before leaving work, she made a simple request. If she did not answer her phone the next morning, Kelsey should try calling again and, if needed, stop by her apartment to make sure she was awake and not running late. That night, Heather met friends at a local bar. Witnesses later recalled that she seemed relaxed and in good spirits, celebrating recent successes and enjoying time with people she trusted. At some point, however, she began to feel uneasy in the environment, seeking a way to leave safely. She contacted a man she had recently met through social media, identified publicly as Michael, asking for assistance. He agreed to help and met her that evening. After leaving the bar, the two stopped for food before he walked her back to her apartment complex. Around 12:15 a.m., he left her at her door in the rush of the evening. Heather had unknowingly allowed him to keep her apartment keys in his pocket. Fortunately, because she had left earlier without locking the door, she was still able to enter her home without difficulty. The following morning, Heather did not arrive at work. When Kelsey attempted to call her, the phone went straight to voicemail. Remembering their conversation from the previous day, she grew concerned and decided to check on her in person. When Kelsey arrived at Heather's apartment, she immediately noticed something unusual. The front door was slightly open. Calling out for her friend, she stepped inside, expecting perhaps to find her asleep or simply unaware of the time. Instead, moments later, she encountered a scene so shocking that she fled the apartment in panic and contacted emergency services. Police and paramedics arrived shortly after 9:30 a.m. Inside the apartment, they found no signs of forced entry and no evidence of theft. However, it was immediately clear that Heather had suffered fatal injuries inside her bedroom. Investigators secured the scene and began a meticulous forensic examination. Among the evidence collected was a single fingerprint that did not belong to Heather. At the same time, Michael arrived at the apartment to return the keys he had accidentally kept. Seeing police vehicles outside, he was visibly shaken. He cooperated fully, providing a voluntary DNA sample and recounting his movements the previous night. Security camera footage later confirmed his timeline, and when his prints did not match the one recovered inside the apartment, he was cleared. Detectives also investigated another individual from Heather's past, but eventually ruled him out as well. With no immediate suspect identified, investigators entered the unknown fingerprint and DNA profile into national databases. Approximately a week later, a match was returned. The fingerprint belonged to Brandon Richmond Bowling, a man Heather had met months earlier through social media and briefly spent time with. Detectives contacted him and requested an interview. During questioning, Brandon admitted he had previously been inside Heather's apartment, claiming any interactions between them had been consensual. He agreed to provide a DNA sample, but investigators noted that his demeanor appeared tense and uneasy. While awaiting laboratory results, investigators executed a search of his phone. What they discovered became the decisive turning point in this case. Stored within the device was a recorded video that documented the crime itself. Authorities later described the footage as deeply disturbing disturbing and confirmed that Heather had been unable to defend herself. The video alone established his responsibility. When DNA analysis was completed, the results matched him conclusively. Initially, Brandon entered a plea of not guilty. However, faced with overwhelming evidence, including forensic findings and the video recording, he later changed his plea. In February 2018, he pleaded guilty in court. During sentencing, the judge imposed a 55-year prison term with eligibility for parole only after 4 decades had been served. Heather was laid to rest later that same month in Texas, surrounded by hundreds of family members, friends, and community supporters who gathered to honor her life. During court proceedings, her mother spoke openly about choosing forgiveness, explaining that she refused to allow anger or hatred to define the rest of her life. Heather's case remains a stark reminder how trust can be tragically exploited and how modern investigations increasingly rely on digital evidence, surveillance systems, phone data, and forensic technology played a critical role in uncovering the truth, ensuring accountability, and bringing closure to a devastating loss that forever changed the lives of those who knew her. You occasionally fidget about a little when you're bored or simply preoccupied with something. For instance, you might play with a card or a pen while on the phone. Although it's normal, you must use extreme caution. This clip demonstrates exactly why. Watch. This man ended up swallowing a battery because he was simply lost and unconscious. The battery exploded when it is ruptured, and that's what took place here. And he hurled it directly at the other person. Not on purpose, of course. But my word, given how quickly he threw it, I believe there's a decent probability he was hurt. It could have been far worse though. It's deep into the night when a lone investigator steps inside a long-forgotten house that most people in the area refuse to go near. The building has been empty for years, but not abandoned in the usual sense. Locals don't just say it's unsafe, they say it feels wrong. From the moment he crosses the threshold, he moves carefully, sweeping his camera through the darkness, pausing at every doorway like he expects something to step into view. The property carries a reputation that never faded. Neighbors claim the last known resident was an elderly man who lived there by himself for decades. No family, no tenants, just one person occupying a sprawling structure filled with rooms, odd collections, and objects no one could properly explain. Eventually, the man left to stay with relatives in his final years, and the house was sealed. That should have been the end of the story. Instead, that's when the sightings reportedly began. People living nearby have described shapes appearing at the second-floor windows long after the house was vacated, dark outlines standing still behind the glass, then gone when looked at twice. Others have reported hearing distant laughter at night, not adult voices, but the sound of young ones playing somewhere inside a building that should be empty. Those stories are exactly why this investigator came here with a camera running. He wants proof, or maybe he wants to prove it's all nonsense. Within minutes, that confidence starts to break. While filming inside a cluttered room, something impossible happens. A small golden statue, sitting still moments before, suddenly lifts and drops in a direction that makes no physical sense. It doesn't slide, it doesn't tip, it moves upward and falls as if gravity briefly reversed. The man freezes mid-step. You can hear his breathing change. He replays what just happened in his mind and immediately starts searching for a logical cause. He checks the floor angle, looks for loose wires, airflow, vibrations, nothing explains it. The object should not have moved the way it did. Unsettled but committed, he continues upstairs. The staircase creaks under each step, echoing through the hollow interior. On the second floor, he decides to improve his courage and places his second camera pointed down toward the hallway to capture a wider angle while he explores nearby rooms. That decision turns out to matter because later, when reviewing the footage, viewers notice something he never saw live. For a moment, barely a handful of frames, a small figure-shaped shadow appears along the wall. It looks like a silhouette, leaning slightly as if peeking from the edge of the corridor. It does not move across frame, it does not enter or exit normally. It's simply there, then gone. So faint it's almost missed entirely. Commenters later pointed out that if he had noticed it in real time, he likely would have ended the investigation right there. The realization that something may have been standing just a few feet away without a sound deeply disturbed him afterward. The tension increases as he checks more rooms. Several doors upstairs are closed. Even though he believes the building was left open inside, the air feels heavier. His narration grows quieter. Then he approaches one particular door and slowly pushes it inward. At first, the room looks ordinary, dusty, empty, still. He steps inside to scan it, and the door violently slams shut behind him. The impact is loud and sudden. He spins and rushes back, grabbing the handle. It won't turn. The door feels locked from the inside. Panic enters his voice as he pulls harder. Then, without warning, the latch releases on its own. No visible mechanism, no hand, just a click and it opens. He stumbles back into the hallway. In the scramble, his camera feed glitches and briefly cuts, but just before the signal breaks, one final detail is captured. The lens swings back toward the dark room he escaped. There, in the far shadows, stands a tall, dark shape, completely still, watching. No movement, no sound, just a presence where nothing should be. After reviewing everything, the investigator admits he cannot explain what he recorded. Not the object that moved, not the hallway silhouette, not the door, and not the figure in the room. Whatever shared that house with him that night stayed silent, but it did not stay hidden, and according to him, he has no intention of ever stepping inside again. Turkish riot police were in pursuit and on the way ran over a seemingly innocent woman who did not appear to be protesting. It was nice how 2 officers checked on her, but the damage had already been done at that point. Take a close look at this investigation footage recorded by Matt and a team of experienced paranormal researchers. The group includes Matt himself along with Joe Vital, Bill Cook, and Eric Connor, all veterans when it comes to exploring reportedly active locations. This time they enter one of the most infamous haunted properties in the United States, the Harrisville Farmhouse. Once known as the Arnold family farmhouse, built in 1736, the structure is more than just historically old. It's widely recognized as the real-world case that inspired The Conjuring. From the moment they step inside, the tone changes. Their voices lower, their movement slow. The building feels less like a place and more like a presence. The atmosphere inside is immediately oppressive. The silence doesn't feel empty, it feels occupied. Floors creak without pressure, air seems colder in certain rooms for no clear reason. The team remarks that the house feels aware, as if it reacts to being observed. Early in the documentary, they present archived footage captured by a former caretaker, John Huntington, who spent extended time inside the property alone. What he recorded still unsettles investigators today.
I hear you out there. I saw him move a little bit. Holy scary.
In one clip, a dark shape crosses a hallway opening with speed and weight. It isn't a flicker or camera glitch. It has form and direction. There are no people nearby and nothing in the environment appears disturbed. The movement is too solid to be written off as shadow play. About a minute later in the same recording session, John is positioned on the lower level when a sound stops him mid-step. It isn't a knock, it isn't a footfall. It's something irregular and organic, a strange, uneven noise that doesn't match the structure of the house.
Bagging dens. I walked through a minute ago, so I thought I'd just grab my camera. There's a car going by. Hello? Goosebumps.
The camera catches his expression changing instantly. He knows the difference between old house sounds and something else. This was something else. As his recording continues, multiple disturbances happen in close succession.
I'm just gonna ask who was here with us, because this is crazy. Alright, you ready, guys? Oh, it's full. Okay, let me delete that one. Okay, recording. Who is here with us? Did I just say? Did I just hear what I think I heard? I went slow, so it sounds funny. Oh, something's not happy, guys. Something is not happy.
Later, a fixed camera placed in an upstairs bedroom records another unexplained event. The room is still unoccupied. Without warning, the door begins to move inward. Not a sudden swing, a slow, deliberate opening, like someone carefully entering without wanting to be heard. There is no draft, no visible cause, just motion where there should be none. When the focus returns to Matt and his team's overnight investigation, the activity continues. During a late-night sweep of a bedroom, they capture a moment that many people associate with classic hauntings until they see it happen live. A wooden rocking chair begins to move, not a wobble, not a vibration, a steady back and forth motion that continues long enough for everyone in the room to confirm no one is near it. The movement is smooth and rhythmic, as if occupied by an unseen sitter. About an hour deeper into the investigation, cameras are trained on a quiet section of floor near the attic access. The area has been still the entire time. Then a small ball rolls across the boards from one side to the other. There is no slope, no contact. The motion is controlled, not random, like something nudged it with intent. The team goes silent when it happens. No one laughs, no one tries to explain it away in the moment. Whether someone believes in hauntings or not, locations like this tends to leave a psychological imprint on visitors. The Harrisville farmhouse has that reputation. Investigators often say the experience lingers long after they leave, in their thoughts, their sleep, their nerves. Many warn that some places are better observed from a distance, because what was captured here represents only a fraction of what reportedly occurs inside those walls. And according to the team behind this documentary, the unseen activity did not stop when the cameras did. This next moment is a pure edge-of-your-seat close call, the kind that turns routine into disaster in a split second. What you're about to see nearly ended in catastrophe, not just for the animals on the ground, but for everyone involved in the air as well.
Ay, mira, ay, güey, puta, mira, mira, mira. Ay, señor.
Several horses break into the flight path at exactly the wrong time, crossing dangerously close to a moving aircraft. For a few heart-stopping seconds, everything lines up in the worst possible way. One of the horses actually passes beneath the wing, so close that even a slight difference in timing could have meant a direct strike. If that happens, there is almost no scenario where it ends well. An impact at that speed wouldn't just injure the animals, it could easily cripple the aircraft itself. A collision with a large animal during takeoff or landing can destroy control surfaces, damage the wing, or throw the plane off balance instantly. At low altitude, there is little room to recover. The margin for correction disappears almost immediately. You can see how fast it unfolds. No warning, no time to plan, just motion, instinct, and luck colliding at once. The other horses aren't far behind either, running straight into the danger zone. On the night of November 13, 2022, emergency responders in Bedfordshire, England, received a desperate call that immediately signaled something was terribly wrong. The voice on the line was panicked and struggling to explain what had happened, only repeating that several people were badly hurt in the road. Within minutes, police units and ambulances were speeding toward the location, unsure of exactly what they were about to encounter. When officers arrived, the scene was chaotic and deeply distressing. In the middle of the roadway, two men lay motionless, both suffering from severe injuries. Blood pooled around them, and it was clear they had been attacked violently. One of the victims had multiple stab wounds, each one evidence of a brutal confrontation that had unfolded just moments earlier. The other man was also critically injured, with deep wounds to his back and neck. Paramedics and officers moved quickly, working side by side under immense pressure. CPR was performed while others attempted to control bleeding and stabilize the victims for transport. The atmosphere was tense, filled with urgency as responders fought to keep both men alive long enough to reach a hospital. The victims were soon identified as 27-year-old Patrick Howard and 26-year-old Mason Jordan. Patrick's injuries were catastrophic. Despite the rapid response and the desperate efforts of those on scene, he could not be saved and was pronounced dead at the location. Mason, however, showed faint signs of life. Paramedics rushed him into an ambulance and transported him as quickly as possible, determined to give him a chance at survival. As officers began securing the area, another alarming discovery was made. A witness called out, directing police toward a darker section of the roadway just a short distance away. There, they found a third man lying still. He was identified as 39-year-old Adam Finelli. Unlike Mason, Adam had no signs of life, and it was clear he had died before emergency crews arrived. What had initially appeared to be a violent double assault had now become an even more devastating triple tragedy.
He was there with him trying to save them two. We didn't even know he was there.
You don't need to worry about that.
We didn't even know he was there. He's been on his own that whole time.
Detectives examining the scene quickly noticed additional details that made the situation even more disturbing. Tire marks cut through the area where the victims had been found, showing that a vehicle had been driven repeatedly across the roadway during or after the attack. This evidence indicated the violence had not been spontaneous. Instead, it suggested deliberate actions and a level of planning that heightened the severity of the crime. To understand how the situation escalated to such a deadly outcome, investigators retraced the victims' movements earlier that evening. Their search led them to the nearby Crown Pub, where the men had spent time just hours before the attack. Security footage from inside the establishment showed Patrick and Mason socializing, laughing, and appearing relaxed while enjoying their night with friends. However, the recordings also revealed a subtle shift when another man entered the pub. He was later identified as Nicholas Papworth. Although no immediate confrontation was visible, investigators observed a noticeable change in atmosphere. The group's interactions appeared more tense, and Mason was seen moving in and out of camera view while Patrick remained near the pool area. When the group eventually left the pub, exterior cameras captured what happened next. Patrick, Mason, and Adam were seen walking together along the street. Shortly afterward, two vehicles, a silver BMW and a black Volkswagen Golf, appeared in the footage following them. Witnesses later confirmed that the cars seemed to be tracking the group's movements. The situation escalated quickly. One individual exited a vehicle and attacked Patrick, inflicting fatal injuries to Adam and leaving Mason critically wounded. Moments later, another suspect returned to a car and drove directly toward Patrick, striking him. The sequence, captured clearly on surveillance cameras, provided investigators with crucial evidence of how the events unfolded. With a combination of CCTV footage, witness accounts, and forensic findings, detectives were able to begin identifying those responsible. One witness came forward and named a man known as Nick as the driver of one of the vehicles. This information, combined with the visual recordings, gave authorities their first clear direction in the case. Although the footage revealed painful details, it became essential in reconstructing the timeline and pursuing justice. It showed how an evening that began with friends enjoying time together escalated into a coordinated and devastating attack that would leave multiple families forever changed. This next series of clips was uploaded by a TikTok user known as Skateboard Chris, a creator whose posts slowly shift from casual home videos into something far more disturbing. Across multiple uploads, viewers watched his situation grow more intense, more chaotic, and harder to explain. According to Chris, everything started the day he and his cousin decided to experiment with a Ouija board. At first, it was treated like a joke, a curiosity, nothing more. They didn't expect results. They didn't expect a response, but after that night, the tone of his video videos changes noticeably. In the first recording, Chris gives a brief explanation of what they did and admits he's starting to feel uneasy in his own home. He sets up his camera to document the strange activity he claims has started happening around him. The room looks normal, nothing appears out of place, but within seconds, faint sounds begin to register on the audio. Soft at first, irregular tapping, light scraping, and what might be whisper-like tones buried under the background noise.
I heard it, but I didn't see it. I still hear it. You can hear that, can't you? I can. Sound like tapping. Everybody's like, oh, it's the hutch. It's the hutch.
The sounds don't match his movements. They don't match the environment. They appear between his words like interruptions. Several viewers later enhance the audio and claim the phrase can be heard shortly after Chris mentions the tapping himself, a low voice that seems to say, "Get out." It's not clear. It could be audio distortion or pattern recognition filling in the gaps, but once pointed out, the moment is difficult to ignore. The uncertainty is what makes it unsettling. Then something visible happens. Without warning, the tripod holding part of his setup collapses and hits the floor. There is no visible contact, no shift in balance beforehand, just a sudden drop and a sharp crackle as it lands. Chris reacts instantly. The mood changes from curious to defensive. He scans the room, trying to find a cause, but finds nothing. In the second clip posted later, he explains he hasn't been able to sleep since the earlier events. He says the house feels different at night, louder, more active. To distract himself, he starts cleaning in the kitchen and sets up the camera again. This time the disturbances escalate. The background noises return, but they're stronger. Heavier knocks, sharper sounds, something like movement in another room.
It's like the second time tonight.
Chris startles at one point and turns quickly towards something off camera. He tries to laugh it off, but the fear shows through. His voice tightens. His movements become cautious. He later adds context. Just before filming, he heard water running downstairs even though no one else was home. The shower, he says, was on by itself. He doesn't know for how long, he doesn't know why, but he suggests that whatever might be present seems to make itself known through sound and motion, especially around plumbing and reflective surfaces. The third video is the most tense. It's filmed late at night. Chris originally intended to go live but decided he was too exhausted. Instead, he records casually while talking to his dogs. The atmosphere is quiet until a violent crash breaks the silence somewhere inside the house. The dogs immediately react, barking toward the hallway. Chris spins toward the noise, clearly shaken. He leaves the camera frame to check. While he's off screen, the microphone captures faint movement, dragging sounds, a dull thump, and what could be something brushing along a wall. When he returns, he looks unsettled and unsure. He paces, listens, debates whether to investigate further or leave it alone. The clip ends without answers. No reveal, no resolution, just tension hanging in the silence after the noise. Viewers continue to debate what Chris experienced. Stress, suggestion, coincidence, all possible. But the pattern across the uploads is what keeps people watching. Activity begins only after the Ouija session. Disturbances grow stronger, not weaker, and Chris himself appears more drained with each recording. Whether it's psychological or paranormal, something clearly changed in that house, and whatever it is, it doesn't seem finished. In this video, we see the dangerous aftermath of a drunk driver heading the wrong way on a Milwaukee freeway. On New Year's Day 2026, 23-year-old Zachariah was spotted driving his Mercedes-Benz northbound in the southbound lanes of I-43. Initially, a sergeant tried to intercept him, but Zachariah continued his reckless path until he collided with a deputy's squad car. The footage shows the moment of impact and confusion that followed. Zachariah appeared to be completely unaware of the severity of the crash or the damage he caused to the law enforcement vehicle.
90 dispatch, I say 80 dispatch, wrong way driver northbound in the southbound lanes. I'm gonna flip around and try and catch up to her. It looked like a female driver, white, it's an SUV.
2017, that was northbound and the southbound. I'm northbound from North County.
Start looking. Copy, they're on the phone.
490. You put me with it. It just hit me.
I copy.
I'm good. Southbound 43, just before North Avenue. Just north of North Avenue.
Do you need medical?
I'm fine. Let me check on the driver. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Is anybody else in the car? 10 out of the transmission. I'm talking with the driver. Driver's conscious and breathing. 10-9. Step out the vehicle.
When questioned, he admitted to drinking a lot and mentioned he was coming from a strip club. He was so intoxicated that he eventually threw up inside one of the patrol cars during his arrest. I feel terrible for the deputy whose vehicle was smashed while trying to keep other drivers safe. It's frightening how a single person's decision to drive while impaired can put so many lives at risk on a holiday night.
Come here. I'm okay. Here, just lean back. You have a license on you?
Huh?
You have a license on you? Do you have a license?
Zachariah.
That's your name?
Zachariah.
Okay.
Can I call my dad?
Not yet.
Okay.
2017, I have lane 1 closed.
211, which way?
You know where you're at?
Huh?
You know where you're at? Do you know where you're at? Come here. Do you know where you're at?
Milwaukee.
Okay. You know what you're doing right now?
I live
Okay, you understand you're driving on the wrong side of the freeway, right?
Freeway, yeah. I know that I'm on the freeway somewhere.
All right, here, come on, let's get you back on the squad.
Okay.
You can relax, just put your hands down. Oh, he is stunning.
Sorry.
No, you're good. All right, you got anything on you besides your keys?
No.
All right.
That's Boston.
Okay.
Okay.
Other side.
All right, go and hop in. All right. I'm good.
How fast?
About like
20?
15, 20, yeah. I hit the air horn, try to get him slow down.
Along with the alcohol, deputies found marijuana scattered throughout his car, adding to the list of his poor choices that evening.
Where's the mug?
Cell phone.
Wallet. Ah, shut up.
I stopped here. I hit my airboy. I try to get him stopped. I try to get in front of him just in case. He could have killed somebody. Well, I got a squad cam of it, so I mean, it's not like we don't know where he got on.
Right, so he's not the victim at least. He's not hurt, right?
No, he's not hurt. Just smashed the squad. Jeff's gonna be that's gonna be a lot of work to fix that. That whole front fender, that quarter panel or whatever on the side, it's smashed. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, kind of unavoidable on your part. All right, well, I'm gonna go sit down on MI.
You good?
Yeah, I was good. I was stopped. Just wait for a
Hey, 32 dispatch.
Copy. 29. Copy. Corrections monitoring system. Subject Malcolm Rogers is in violation.
Guys, don't let him take it yet until we get the crash report. Come on, Chris. Wrong-way driver.
Get out of here.
He actually almost hit me first. I was up by Highland, and I was getting ready to exit by Highland, and he came flying right at my squad. So I tried to get him to stop, but then he went around me. What the hell, dude?
We're gonna do the investigation. Regis is gonna go get checked out.
Can you belt him? I don't think Rita's done. Hey man, I need to get the pasture quick. I need to seatbelt you. Are we good or no?
What was that?
Are we good or no?
Yeah.
Out of the out of Wisconsin, Boy Charles Lincoln 55.
Hey, boss. He puked. Just a heads up. What happened? What happened tonight, boss? Where are you coming from tonight? What was it? Where are you coming from? Are you willing to do fields tonight? Test to make sure that you're okay to drive? Are you gonna talk to me at all?
No. Yes.
Where were you coming from tonight? What's that wristband from? Are you willing to do some tests tonight? You want to do some tests tonight, or are you good?
Excuse me.
Are you able to hop out of the truck for me? Oh, let's take the seatbelt off. Sorry. Hop on out. There you go. Easy. Let's go back to that black car right over there, okay? What happened tonight? Can you tell me where you were coming from? How much do we have to drink tonight? A lot? How much is a lot? Where'd you get that wristband from?
The wristband I got from 12.
Where were you driving tonight? Where were you headed to? It's okay if you can't remember.
12.
Okay, where were you going?
Strip club.
Zachariah was ultimately charged with felony, recklessly endangering safety and operating while intoxicated. He also faced several $100s in fines and was released on a cash bond with strict sobriety conditions. This story is a somber reminder why you should never get behind the wheel if you have been drinking. Always have a designated driver or use a ride-sharing app after a night of partying. If you see a wrong-way driver, pull over to the shoulder immediately and call 911. Never assume you are okay to drive just because you feel fine after drinking. Pay close attention to freeway entrance and exit signs to avoid going the wrong way. How do you think we can better prevent wrong-way driving incidents on our highways? Do you believe the penalties for a second OWI offense should be more severe to deter repeat offenders? I never liked the idea how a celebration can turn into a life-altering tragedy because of a lack of responsibility. Initially, the footage looks completely ordinary. A nighttime view of a forest clearing fills the frame, dark trees, uneven ground, and the kind of silence you expect from deep woods after sundown. Nothing appears out of place. No movement, no sound beyond faint ambient noise. It feels like just another low-light outdoor recording. But within seconds, that calm atmosphere breaks in a way that's hard to rationalize. Near the center of the frame, one tree begins to move. Not a slight rustle or a gentle bend, but repeated, deliberate motion. The trunk shifts back and forth in a steady rhythm, continuing for the entire clip. What makes it disturbing is a lack of any visible cause. There's no sign of wind, no leaves fluttering on nearby branches. The surrounding trees remain perfectly still, like they're frozen in place. Only that one tree moves, isolated, consistent, wrong. As the camera keeps rolling, the background reveals something even more unsettling. Shapes appear deeper between the trees. At first, they resemble animals, possibly primates, but their outlines don't match normal proportions. Their limbs look too long compared to their bodies, their posture too controlled. They don't scramble or dart like typical wildlife. They reposition slowly, with intention, as if aware they're being observed. Then comes the moment that shifts the entire tone of the clip. One of the figures rises onto two legs and stays there. It doesn't drop back down. It stands upright and begins to walk forward step by step. The movement is stiff and mechanical, almost like a poor imitation of human walking. No natural sway, no animal pacing pattern, just a forward, balanced stride that feels deeply unnatural against the forest backdrop. Viewers have argued over every frame. Some claim camera illusion, others suggest costume figures or edited overlays. A few believe it shows unknown wildlife behavior caught under unusual lighting, but no single explanation fully accounts for all the details. The isolated tree movement, the synchronized background figures, the upright walk. Whatever the truth is, the clip leaves a lingering discomfort. The forest doesn't feel empty. It feels occupied, and whatever was moving in that darkness did not behave like anything people expect to find in the wild. This footage comes from Mine East train station in New York, and at first glance it looks like a heated confrontation unfolding near the platform. People appear tense, movements are fast and uncoordinated. It seems like a simple altercation until you realize there's a much more dangerous layer to what's happening.
Y el tren viene ahora, cabrón, el tren viene ahora.
A police officer is actively pursuing a suspect during an operation when the situation suddenly spirals out of control. The individual being chased drops down onto the tracks, creating an immediate life-threatening scenario. Bystanders nearby react too slowly to prevent it, and in that split second, the risk level multiplies. Open tracks, limited escape routes, no time to hesitate. The officer makes a split-second decision and jumps down after him, not recklessly, but because he has no other choice. If he doesn't act, the person on the tracks is trapped in a kill zone, and the worst part is already in motion. A train is approaching. You can feel the urgency and how fast everything escalates. Shouts, sudden movement, people backing away from the platform edge. From the camera's angle, it almost looks like both men are about to be struck. The timing is so tight that for a moment it seems unavoidable, like impact is seconds away. This is the kind of scenario first responders dread. Trains cannot stop quickly, conductors have limited visibility and even less braking distance. Once that mass is moving through the corridor, there is no instant correction. Anyone on the tracks is in extreme danger. At the very last moment, both the officer and the suspect clear the rails and get back toward the platform edge. It's messy, rushed, and far too close. But they make it. No contact, no strike, just a narrow escape measured in seconds. Watching it back, it's one of those incidents where the outcome feels almost unreal compared to how it looked mid-event. A pursuit turns into a near-fatal track emergency, and what should have ended in tragedy instead ends in survival, barely. Kimberly described an encounter that completely rattled her, the kind of moment that turns an ordinary night into something you replay over and over in your head. It happened around 1:30 in the morning. She couldn't sleep, and after lying awake for a while, she decided to get up and get something to eat. The house was still and quiet. The heavy silence you only notice in the middle of the night. Her boyfriend was asleep in his room. Her roommate, Jackie, was also asleep. No guests, no background noise, nothing on. She walks into the kitchen, tired and confused, thinking only about grabbing a quick snack and heading back to bed. Then it happens.
Oh, Jesus.
Jackie? Hi.
From directly behind her, clear and close, a woman's voice says a single word, hi. Not muffled, not distant, not electronic, right behind her at normal speaking volume, like someone standing in the doorway trying to get her attention. Kimberly instantly flinches and turns around, expecting to see Jackie in the hall or stepping into the kitchen, but there's no one there. The doorway is empty. The hall is dark. No footsteps, no retreating movement, just silence again. What makes the moment more unsettling is what didn't happen next. Kimberly has two small dogs, both normally hyper aware of any kitchen activity, especially late night food. She says they usually come running the second they hear a wrapper or cupboard door. This time, they didn't come at all. When she checked on them, they were awake but tense, watchful, and unusually nervous. Not excited, not curious, just on edge, like they were aware of something she couldn't see. She immediately checked the obvious explanations. Jackie was still asleep and hadn't left her room. Her boyfriend hadn't gotten up. There were no voice assistants in the home, no smart speakers, no phone prompts, no devices that could randomly produce a greeting. No television noise, no open windows with neighbors outside. The voice had been inside the house, close and directed at her. Later, when she recounts the story on camera, her expression says more than her words. There is no joking tone, no exaggerated performance, just lingering shock, the kind that sticks in your posture and your eyes. She repeats the detail that bothers her most. It sounded personal, like it knew she was there. Experiences like this are easy to question from a distance. Audio confusion, sleep deprivation, imagination filling gaps, but when a voice speaks in an empty hallway, and even the animals react, it becomes much harder to brush aside. Some moments don't scream, they whisper once, and that's enough. Some jobs look unusual on camera, but they carry very real danger behind the scenes. In this clip, a team of geologists is deliberately altering a rock deposit as part of a controlled study. The goal is to observe how the formation reacts under specific stress conditions and gather data from the break pattern. It sounds technical and routine, but the risk is built into the process. You can see right away that this isn't guesswork. The crew is positioned carefully, communicating, watching the fracture lines, and preparing for movement. They know exactly what should happen, but natural rock doesn't always follow predictions. When the shift starts, it spreads faster and wider than expected, sending debris farther than their safety margin allowed for. For a brief moment, the calculation is almost wrong. That's what makes this kind of field work so dangerous. Even with training, instruments, and experience, nature can still surprise you. Rock weight, internal cracks, and pressure points don't always reveal themselves until the break begins. This is why teams, not individuals, handle this work, with spotters, spacing, and exit paths planned in advance. It's a sharp reminder that even scientific investigation can turn hazardous in seconds, and precision isn't just about data, it's about getting everyone out safely. In the next clip, a small local band gathers on stage for what they say will be their final performance together. The mood at first feels warm and genuine. Before they play a single note, the members pause to speak to the crowd. They talk about how they met, how the group started, and how much the music and the audience has meant to them over the years. You can hear emotion in their voices. This isn't just another gig, it's a goodbye. It becomes clear that the night is meant to be a send-off, a closing chapter. Friends and supporters fill the room, smiling, cheering, recording on their phones. There's laughter between stories, a few sentimental moments, and the kind of energy you only get when people know something is ending. Nothing about the setting suggests danger. Nothing hints that what's about to be captured will overshadow the entire event. The band begins to play, the camera operator slowly sweeps across the space, showing the crowd, the lights, the equipment, the back wall of the venue. It's during one of these casual pans that something strange enters the frame, unnoticed in real time.
Pues ya se deshizo el grupo, se mantuvieron un tiempo, pero no se pudo después. Y ya, pues ahorita me llegaron con esto de que casi que la última tocada.
Behind a television set mounted near the wall, a figure is visible for a brief stretch of footage. At normal speed, it's easy to miss. It looks like a shadow at first, but when viewers later review and slow the video, the shape resolves into something far more defined. It appears to be a human-like face, and upper body positioned in a narrow gap between the back of the TV and the wall. That space is extremely tight, far too tight for an adult to stand in comfortably, let alone remain perfectly still. Yet the figure appears fixed there, unmoving, partially obscured by shadow. What makes the moment more disturbing is continuity. Earlier shots at the same angle show nothing behind the television. No person, no movement, no shape. Then suddenly it's there. People who've analyzed the clip point to several unsettling details. The unnatural stillness, the pale tone of the face, and the way it seems to be angled toward the room rather than toward the wall. It doesn't behave like someone hiding or crouching. It looks posed, watching. Some skeptics argue it could be a staged prank or a cleverly positioned attendee trying to startle viewers. Others counter that there isn't enough physical room for that explanation to work. No one in the crowd reacts, and none of the band members acknowledge anyone standing there. The group never released a follow-up statement addressing what appears in the footage. No behind-the-scenes explanation, no confirmation. The moment remains unresolved. What was meant to be remembered as a heartfelt final show is now mostly remembered for a single background detail, a silent figure where no one should have been, turning a farewell performance into something far more unsettling. On the evening of July 22, 2018, surveillance cameras inside the MacArthur BART station in Oakland, California, recorded what initially appeared to be an ordinary summer night. Commuters moved through the station in steady waves, some hurrying to catch trains, others scrolling through their phones or chatting quietly as they waited. Nothing in those routine moments hinted that the platform was about to become the site of a tragedy that would deeply shake the Bay Area and draw national attention. Among the passengers that night were three sisters, 18-year-old Naya Wilson, her older sister Latifah, and their sibling Tashia. They had just returned from visiting relatives in Concord and stepped off the train in relaxed spirits. It was warm, and like many young people heading home after a pleasant outing, they were laughing and talking together as they prepared to transfer to another train. Unnoticed by them, another figure had entered the station. 27-year-old John Lee Cowell moved through the crowd, initially blending in with other commuters. Surveillance footage later revealed that he began following the sisters almost immediately after spotting them. He stayed close enough to track their movements, yet far enough back to avoid drawing attention. As the sisters walked along the platform, the cameras captured Cowell trailing behind them. For several minutes, he remained within view of the recording systems, adjusting his pace as they moved. Then without warning, the calm atmosphere shattered. Cowell suddenly rushed forward and produced a large knife. He attacked Naya first, inflicting a devastating wound in a matter of seconds. Latifah was also struck during the assault, suffering serious injuries that required urgent medical care but were not ultimately fatal. Tashia, though not physically harmed, witnessed the horrifying event unfolding just steps away, powerless to stop it. The station cameras recorded not only the attack, but also the deliberate manner in which Cowell carried it out. Immediately after the assault, he fled the platform. Footage showed him exiting through an emergency pathway and making his way into a nearby parking area. There, he changed his clothing and discarded his backpack, actions investigators later described as a clear attempt to avoid identification and destroy evidence. Within minutes, emergency responders arrived at the station. Paramedics worked urgently to save Naya, but her injuries were too severe. She was pronounced dead shortly afterward. Latifa was transported to a hospital where she underwent treatment and later provided a detailed account of what had happened. Tashia, though physically unharmed, was left to cope with the emotional trauma of witnessing her sister's violent death. As detectives began their investigation, the surveillance footage quickly became central to understanding the sequence of events. The recordings clearly show that Cowell had followed the sisters through the station before attacking them, contradicting any suggestion that the violence had been random or spontaneous. Instead, the video demonstrated a calculated pattern of behavior. Authorities circulated images taken from the footage, and community members soon provided tips that helped confirm Cowell's identity. Investigators also learned he had recently been released on parole after serving time for previous offenses. Using surveillance data, transit records, and information from the public, law enforcement tracked his movements across the Bay Area. Less than 24 hours after the attack, officers located him at another transit station in Pleasant Hill. He was taken into custody without resistance, appearing calm despite the brutality captured on video. Cowell was charged with multiple crimes, including first-degree murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and violation of parole. Prosecutors also added a special legal enhancement for lying in wait, a classification applied when someone deliberately observes or stalks a victim before committing a crime. As the case moved forward, it drew widespread media attention, particularly regarding the role of surveillance technology in both documenting the attack and enabling investigators to apprehend the suspect quickly. Court proceedings later revealed that Cowell had a documented history of mental health challenges, including schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, which became a central element of his defense. The events of that night left a lasting impact on the community. What had begun as an ordinary evening for commuters and families alike became a stark reminder how quickly normal routines can be shattered by sudden violence. At the same time, the case demonstrated the importance of coordinated investigation, public cooperation, and modern technology in pursuing accountability. Though the footage captured a deeply tragic moment, it also recorded the swift response of emergency personnel, the resilience of the survivors, and the determination of investigators to bring clarity to a devastating crime. This security camera clip comes out of Thailand's Kanchanaburi province, recorded in January 2026, and at first it looks completely ordinary. A quiet roadside stall, light traffic, nothing that suggests danger. If you're watching casually, your eyes stay on the stand and the people nearby. And that's exactly why what happens next catches everyone off guard. A sedan suddenly loses control as it passes through the frame. There's no obvious racing, no aggressive lane changes, no warning signs leading up to it. The vehicle drifts, overcorrects, and then snaps off course. Within seconds, it leaves the roadway and crashes down into the river beside the stall. The whole sequence happens so fast that most people nearby don't even react until it's already over. What makes this moment especially tense is how close it is to pedestrians and vendors. If the angle had been slightly different, even a few feet, the car could have plowed directly into the roadside setup. Multiple bystanders would have been in the impact zone with no time to move. Instead, the vehicle misses them by a narrow margin and goes straight over the edge. Reports indicate there were 3 men inside the sedan. Thankfully, this appears to have been a freak loss of control incident rather than reckless speed. That detail matters because higher velocity would have multiplied the damage. Harder impact, less escape time, and a far greater chance of injury to everyone around. Even more remarkable, all 3 occupants managed to get out before the situation turns fatal. No fire, no submersion tragedy, no secondary collision. Just a violent mistake followed by a lucky outcome. It's one of those clips that looks routine for the first few seconds, then instantly becomes a near disaster. A reminder that on open roads, danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just arrives mid-frame. This next piece of footage surfaced on the popular Ghosts subreddit and quickly turned into one of the most debated clips in the community. Viewers began arguing almost immediately, some convinced it captured genuine paranormal activity, others searching for any technical explanation that could disprove it. The video was recorded inside Edinburgh Manor in Iowa, a location already known among investigators for its long and settling reputation. Edinburgh Manor isn't just an abandoned building with rumors attached to it. It carries a layered history that many believe contributes to the reports surrounding it today. Over the decades, the property served multiple roles. It began as a county support farm, later functioned as a care facility for the mentally ill, and eventually became a residential home for the elderly. Across those years, many residents passed away there, often with minimal documentation and little family connection. Stories of unexplained activity have surrounded the site ever since. The person who uploaded the clip explained that he had explored the manor several times before and, until this visit, had never captured anything convincing. No voices, no apparitions, nothing beyond normal building noise. That changed on what he describes as his second night of a more controlled investigation. Instead of walking the halls with a handheld camera, he decided to run a passive overnight setup. He installed multiple security-style cameras throughout the structure, fixed positions, continuous recording, no on-site crew, and then left for the property entirely to sleep at home. The idea was simple: remove the human presence and see what happens. Hours into the empty overnight recording, the silence breaks. Without warning, audio erupts across multiple camera feeds at nearly the same time. The sound is not a single voice, it's layered, overlapping cries, shouts, or speech-like tones that echo through the halls. Some are distant, some feel close to the microphones, but none match the acoustics of wind, animals, or mechanical noise. It resembles a burst of distressed voices inside a building that should have been completely empty. The uploader stated that when he first reviewed the footage, he assumed equipment malfunctioned, but the timestamps lined up across devices. The sound registered on more than one camera in different areas of the manor. That detail is what unsettled viewers most. Multiple points of capture, same unexplained outburst. To understand why this clip struck such a nerve, it helps to know how investigators already view the property. Edinburgh Manor has long been considered one of the most active, haunted locations in the region. Visitors frequently report disembodied voices, footsteps on empty floors, sudden cold pockets, and electronic voice phenomena during recording sessions. Some research groups even claim certain floors produce distinct types of activity, as if different presences occupy different sections. Today, the manor operates as a historical site that offers guided tours and overnight investigations for those willing to spend time inside. That access has produced many stories, but very few recordings as widely argued as this one. No confirmed hoax method has been demonstrated for the clip. No verified audio contamination source has been identified. Just a time-stamped moment where a silent building suddenly sounded occupied. Whether it was environmental, technical, or something far stranger, one fact remains: whatever made those voices did so in an empty place, long after everyone had gone. On the night of November 7, 2025, just before 10:30 p.m., deputies with the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office were dispatched to a home in southwest Albuquerque following urgent reports of gunfire. The call came in with little detail, only that shots had been heard and there was fear someone inside might be hurt. What deputies encountered when they arrived would quickly become one of the most disturbing scenes many of them had faced. As officers approached the residence, they remained alert, expecting uncertainty and possible danger. When the front door opened, they were met by 25-year-old Alexis Najura Hernandez. He stood just inside the entryway, tense but strangely composed. A handgun rested at his waist and a large sword hung at his side. His expression appeared detached, and his voice was calm in a way that immediately unsettled the deputies. He began speaking before they could ask many questions, repeating the same phrase over and over: "I did my part." His tone suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as the officers listening. Then, with chilling clarity, he told them there were two bodies inside the house. The deputies instantly understood how volatile the situation was. Every movement had to be controlled, every command delivered carefully to prevent the encounter from escalating further. One officer calmly instructed Hernandez to place a sword on the ground. He complied slowly, lowering it to the floor without resistance. Officers continued giving measured instructions, guiding him step by step to keep his hands visible and move toward them cautiously. They directed him to walk backward at certain points to maintain distance, ensuring he posed no immediate threat. Hernandez followed each instruction, his compliance playing a critical role in allowing deputies to secure the scene safely. Once Hernandez was detained, officers entered the residence to assess what he had described. Inside, the reality matched his words. In the hallway, they found an adult male who had been fatally shot. The discovery confirmed the seriousness of the situation and heightened the urgency for a thorough sweep of the home. 2 young children were also inside. Miraculously, they had not been physically harmed. Deputies moved quickly to escort them out, shielding them from the traumatic scene and guiding them to safety away from the chaos. Other adults present were detained methodically as officers worked room by room to ensure there were no additional threats. Throughout the process, Hernandez continued speaking about his actions, making repeated references to military-like language, saying he had done what he believed he needed to do. His statements added to the surreal atmosphere, suggesting a state of mind shaped by intense fear and confusion. The deputies maintained strict professionalism despite the emotional weight of the scene. They communicated constantly with dispatch, collected weapons found inside, and secured each area carefully. Their focus remained on preventing further harm while stabilizing the situation. Later that night, Hernandez was transported to a sheriff's substation where he was advised of his rights and agreed to speak with detectives. During questioning, he described feeling overwhelmed by fear and panic. He insisted he had not been under the influence of drugs or alcohol, explaining instead that he had experienced a sudden emotional breakdown that led him to act without thinking clearly. His repeated explanations revealed someone struggling to process what had occurred. He admitted he had never encountered anything like the situation that unfolded and appeared deeply distressed as he attempted to justify his actions.
Have you done any drugs today? Have you drank any alcohol? No? Since we brought you down here, I don't know, do you watch movies, like cop movies at all?
Not really.
Back at the residence, deputies continued coordinating their response. They documented evidence, secured the scene, and maintained a careful presence to support family members and neighbors gathering outside. The tension remained high, but their calm, methodical approach prevented additional tragedy. By the early morning hours, the scene was fully secured. Investigators began reconstructing the timeline of events, working to understand how a single moment of fear escalated into fatal violence. The case underscored the unpredictable nature of crisis situations where split-second decisions can have irreversible consequences. For the community, the incident left a profound emotional impact. Neighbors were confronted with the reality that an ordinary evening could suddenly turn into a life-altering event. For the responding deputies, it was another reminder of the immense responsibility carried by those who arrive at the most volatile moments in people's lives. While the night ended in tragedy, it also demonstrated the importance of disciplined response under extreme pressure. The deputies' steady commands, careful movements, and coordinated efforts ensured the safety of the children and prevented further loss of life. The events of that evening stand as a sobering example of how quickly panic can spiral into irreversible consequences, and how critical calm professional action can be in restoring control when every second matters. Here's some insane police dashcam footage captured on January 31st, 2026.
In a 70, what's the reason for that? 10-4, EMS is on scene. Jeez.
Given the potential for what could have been displayed, this was more ordinary given that it was an officer's body camera film. Or perhaps I've simply witnessed far too many of these instances where careless drivers collide with vehicles that are stopped at the shoulder. The following footage was reportedly recorded inside a hospital building in Manzano, Mexico. According to the original uploader, it wasn't meant to be a ghost hunt or a staged scare video. It began as a simple walkthrough, a late-night recording inside what looks like a functioning but unusually quiet medical facility. Fluorescent lights hum overhead, corridors stretch out in long, empty lines. Doors are closed. No staff are visible. No patients pass by. The calmness feels normal at first, the kind of stillness you might expect during the slowest hours before dawn. The person filming moves at a relaxed pace, turning corners, peeking into rooms, briefly scanning interiors before moving on. Nothing jumps out as threatening. No strange sounds, no sudden movements. The camera work is steady and casual, which makes what happens later even more unsettling. There is no dramatic buildup, no warning cue in the audio, just a gradual shift from ordinary to disturbing in a single overlooked detail. At one point, the uploader steps into a room, pauses for a moment as if checking whether anyone is inside, then turns back into the hallway and continues forward. The exploration continues without reaction, but when he enters a particular corridor, something appears in the frame that he clearly did not see in real time. Along the right edge of the screen, partially concealed by the wall corner, a face slowly becomes visible. It does not lean out in a normal way. It doesn't peek and pull back. It's simply there, already positioned, already watching. The features appear pale and flattened by the low light, but still distinct enough to register as a face-like form. The eyes are dark, the expression unreadable. There is no blink, no shift, no natural adjustment that you would expect from a person hiding around a corner. Most viewers miss it on the first watch. It blends into the shadow and structure. Only when the footage is paused or replayed does the shape stand out clearly enough to trigger alarm. The uploader continues walking, completely unaware, never acknowledging any presence behind him. There is no reaction in his voice, no sudden turn, no comment in the description afterward, just silence on the matter. No verified explanation has been attached to the clip. No identified person stepped forward. No editing artifacts were confirmed. It remains one of those moments where the fear comes not from motion, but from stillness. A motionless watcher in a place that should have been empty. And sometimes, what doesn't move is far more frightening than what does. On December 31, 2025, the Alpine resort of Crans-Montana, Switzerland, snow covered the surrounding mountains, lanterns glowed along narrow streets, and music poured out of crowded bars as visitors gathered to celebrate the final hours of the year. It was the kind of setting people imagine when they picture a perfect New Year's Eve in the Alps. Festive, vibrant, and filled with anticipation. One of the most popular destinations that night was a basement nightclub called La Constellation, known for its packed dance floor and flashy VIP bottle service. The venue had drawn hundreds of partygoers. Tourists, local residents, and students from across Europe filled the space shoulder to shoulder. The room itself was warm and tight, with low ceilings and little space to move. People laughed, filmed videos on their phones, and danced as music pulsed through the crowded basement. Part of the club's signature atmosphere came from its elaborate champagne presentations. Waitresses moved through the crowd wearing themed masks, carrying bottles topped with sparklers that sprayed bright fountains of light. Tiny fireworks crackled above the bottles as they were raised overhead, creating a spectacle many guests rushed to capture on camera. It felt theatrical, exciting, and almost surreal, the kind of celebration people expect to remember for years. By around 1:30 a.m., the party had reached its peak. Midnight had passed, cheers had echoed throughout the bar, and the celebration was still in full swing. Then in a matter of seconds, everything changed. One of the champagne sparklers came too close to the ceiling, and a small flame suddenly appeared above the crowd. At first, many people did not understand the danger. Some thought it was part of the show, but the ceiling was lined with acoustic foam used for soundproofing, material that ignites quickly and burns intensely. Once the foam caught fire, flames spread rapidly across the ceiling, moving faster than most people could react. Smoke began filling the room almost immediately. What had been a joyful celebration turned into confusion and fear. Some guests tried throwing drinks or water toward the ceiling, hoping to put out the fire. Others continued filming, stunned by how quickly the situation had escalated. Within moments, however, the heat and smoke became overwhelming and panic set in. The layout of the basement made escape extremely difficult. The main exit was a single staircase leading up to street level. As hundreds of people rushed toward it at once, the doorway became a deadly bottleneck. People pushed forward desperately, trying to reach fresh air, while smoke dropped lower and visibility worsened. Screams echoed through the space as individuals struggled to move through the crowded exit. Many of those inside were young. In Switzerland, alcohol can be illegally purchased at 16, and the crowd included teenagers and young adults, many of whom had never experienced an emergency of this scale. In the chaos, some were knocked down, while others became trapped near the exit as the crush intensified. Emergency responders arrived quickly after calls flooded in, reporting the fire. By the time firefighters gained control of the situation, the damage was devastating. More than 100 people had been injured, many suffering from smoke inhalation or burns. Tragically, dozens of lives were lost. Victims came from multiple countries, including Switzerland, France, Italy, Serbia, Belgium, Bosnia, Poland, and Portugal. Families later had to provide DNA samples to help identify loved ones. Investigators immediately began examining how such a disaster could have occurred. Attention focused on the flammable ceiling materials, the use of indoor sparklers, crowd capacity limits, and whether emergency exits were adequate and accessible. Witnesses reported that the venue was overcrowded and that alternative exits were either blocked or not clearly usable, factors that likely contributed to the high number of casualties. The tragedy also echoed similar nightclub fires around the world. In many past incidents, from Rhode Island in 2003 to late disasters in Brazil, Romania, and other countries, the pattern had been nearly identical. Pyrotechnics ignited flammable materials, smoke spread rapidly, and limited exits created fatal bottlenecks. What made the Crans-Montana fire especially heartbreaking was how preventable it appeared. Every contributing factor, flammable foam, indoor sparklers, overcrowding, and restricted exits, had long been recognized as serious safety risks. Yet on that winter night, those risks combined in the worst possible way. When daylight arrived, La Constellation was no longer remembered as a place of celebration. Instead, it became a symbol of how quickly joy can turn into tragedy. The fire left families grieving, communities shaken, and survivors carrying memories that would last a lifetime. The events of that night serve as a stark reminder that in crowded environments, safety measures are not optional details but critical protections. Awareness, planning, and proper precautions can mean the difference between a celebration and a catastrophe. For those who were there, the memory of that New Year's Eve will never fade, and for the rest of the world, it stands as a powerful lesson about the importance of vigilance in even the most festive moments. On what began as a quiet morning near Uri Hot Springs, California, a routine disturbance call quickly escalated into a tense and ultimately tragic chain of events. Officer Brady Supplin was first alerted after reports came in about a man causing a serious disruption of the local business. According to witnesses, 38-year-old Luther David Medina had become heavily intoxicated and aggressive inside the establishment. During the incident, he reportedly struck his girlfriend and damaged property before leaving the scene abruptly. Staff members immediately contacted emergency services, explaining that Medina had driven away alone, heading north on nearby roads. Officer Supplin located the vehicle shortly afterward and began following from a safe distance. As he trailed Medina, it became clear the situation was dangerous. The vehicle was swerving erratically, speeding at times and drifting across lanes in a way that posed serious risks to anyone nearby. When Medina exited onto County Road 14, Officer Supplin activated his lights and attempted a traffic stop. Over the radio and through his patrol car speaker, commands were issued repeatedly, urging Medina to pull over safely. Instead of complying, Medina continued driving, appearing increasingly unpredictable. What happened next unfolded in seconds and shocked everyone involved. The body camera footage captured the sound of the impact echoing through the canyon, marking the beginning of a frantic rescue effort. Officers immediately radioed for emergency medical assistance and additional support. From their vantage point above, they could see Medina at the base of the canyon. He had landed near fast-moving icy water, and part of his body appeared submerged. The terrain below was steep, rocky, and extremely hazardous, making a direct approach near impossible without specialized equipment. Mountain rescue teams were quickly dispatched to the scene. They arrived with ropes, harness systems, and winches designed for high-risk extractions. Officers on site moved their vehicles to cleared space and coordinated closely with rescue personnel to determine the safest way to reach Medina. Every decision had to be carefully planned, as the unstable ground and cold water created serious dangers for both the victim and the responders. As the rescue operation began, there were brief signs of hope. Observers noted that Medina showed slight movement in the water, suggesting he was still alive despite the severe fall. Responders relayed updates over the radio, cautiously optimistic that there might still be time to save him. Some noted that the cold water, while dangerous, could potentially slow bleeding and help preserve vital functions temporarily. Using a system of ropes and a winch, rescuers descended into the canyon. They worked methodically to secure Medina while minimizing further injury. Each step required precision, as even a small miscalculation could worsen his condition or place rescuers at risk.
Hi. He's moving.
What's that? It's going to be wet, yeah.
Once he was properly stabilized, the team carefully lifted him from the canyon floor. Medina was immediately transported to a nearby hospital where medical staff began emergency treatment. Despite the coordinated rescue and the efforts of paramedics and doctors, his injuries proved too severe. He was later pronounced dead, bringing a tragic end to the incident. In the aftermath, the event sparked widespread discussion and criticism online. Some questioned whether the situation could have been prevented or handled differently. The district attorney's office conducted a formal review of the pursuit and rescue, ultimately concluding that officers followed established policies and acted appropriately given the circumstances. Their actions were deemed professional and consistent with training protocols. Medina's family, however, expressed deep grief and frustration, maintaining that they believe the tragedy might have been avoidable. Their perspective added another layer of complexity to an already painful situation. For many viewers, the footage serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly events can escalate during emergency responses. It highlights difficult, split-second decisions officers must make while trying to protect both the public and those involved. The incident also underscores the risks associated with impaired driving and the unpredictable outcomes that can result from a single moment of poor judgment. Ultimately, this case reflects the harsh realities faced by first responders. It shows the courage required to operate in dangerous conditions, the coordination necessary to attempt life-saving rescues, and the emotional weight that often follows when, despite every effort, tragedy cannot be prevented. When a truck was rounding a curve on January 26, 2025 in Governor Valadares Minas K, Brazil, a car suddenly appeared in the wrong lane and crashed head-on into the semi. The impact caused the truck driver to lose control, veer into the opposite lane, and collide violently with another vehicle. The dashcam in the semi-truck captured the exact moment of the tragic accident, claimed 4 lives. When police questioned the driver of the truck, she admitted that she was distracted, which resulted in the deaths of 4 innocent people. 5 people in the first vehicle suffered only minor injuries, while the 2 occupants of the truck were also hurt but survived. The tragedy occurred instantly, and 3 people in the second car died at the scene. A 4th victim was taken to the hospital but passed away from their injuries. On May 22, 2021, a lioness named Vega attacked Maxim Urov during a performance by the Ural Circus at the House of Culture in the village of Sovitskaya in the Nova region of Russia. The audience's horrified cries were captured on camera as parents hurried to leave with their young ones.
Вы видели? Офигеть!
The attack happened in an instant. One of the lionesses, Vega, suddenly lunged at trainer Orov, striking him twice in rapid succession. Her claws caused serious injuries to his arms and legs, knocking him to the ground and leaving him unable to defend himself. Witnesses described the moment as shocking, as a routine performance turned into a life-threatening emergency within seconds. Circus staff rushed into the ring immediately. Using long metal rods, they forced Vega back and managed to pull Orov to safety. At the same time, another lioness named Sana became highly agitated, and the two animals began fighting each other, making the situation even more dangerous and chaotic. Orov was given emergency medical care right away and was later confirmed to have survived despite the severity of his injuries. His survival was credited to the fast response from staff and medical teams. Panic quickly spread through the audience. Adults and youngsters ran toward exits in fear, and reports later stated that a pregnant woman suffered an epileptic seizure due to the shock of witnessing the attack. Afterward, Orov said Vega had always been unpredictable and suggested the long break from performances during the pandemic may have contributed to her aggression. Circus officials announced she would no longer perform and were considering relocating her to a zoo. While the incident reignited debate about the safety and ethics of using wild animals in circus shows. On January 28, 2025, a dashcam recorded a terrifying moment in Yashio, located in Japan's Saitama Prefecture. The footage shows a normal intersection with vehicles moving through on a green signal. Then, without any visible warning, the asphalt suddenly gives way. A car narrowly clears the area just seconds before the road collapses completely. Moments later, a truck making a routine left turn drives directly into the newly formed sinkhole, disappearing almost instantly with no time for the driver to react. Officials reported that the collapse did not stop after the initial failure. The sinkhole rapidly expanded, eventually growing to an estimated 40 meters in diameter and roughly 15 meters deep. Rescue teams rushed to the scene, but conditions quickly proved extremely dangerous and unstable. According to authorities, the missing driver is a 74-year-old man who has not been seen since the moment his vehicle fell into the crater. About 3 hours after the collapse, emergency crews attempted to communicate by calling down into the hole. They reportedly heard a faint response, raising hopes that the driver might still be alive. However, the truck's cab was buried beneath layers of mud, debris, and broken pavement, preventing rescuers from confirming his exact location. Investigators believe the incident was likely caused by a ruptured underground sewer pipe measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Aerial footage confirms the traffic signal had shown a green turn arrow, meaning the collapse occurred with no warning signs. Days later, rescue operations remain ongoing, but shifting ground and unstable conditions continue to make recovery efforts extremely difficult. You won't believe this insane footage. This was in Brazil's southern Minas, and a helicopter was crashed by this individual. There's more though. The chopper was stolen by the 33-year-old man. He tried. He overheated the engine though, because he examined it incorrectly. Then as he tried to take off, he crashed. Security cameras caught him running from the scene, but the military police later arrested him. He claimed to love flying and to have an expired pilot's license. Multiple cameras recorded the crash on January 31, 2025 in a residential neighborhood of Philadelphia on the US East Coast, resulting in a terrible explosion. The footage showed the impact from various perspectives and the panicked reactions of the locals. According to local authorities, 6 people were on board the aircraft at the time of the crash. The impact was devastating. After going down, the plane struck several parked vehicles in the surrounding neighborhood, turning what began as an aviation emergency into a widespread disaster on the ground.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God! Oh my God! La ilaha illallah!
Tragically, everyone inside the aircraft lost their lives. The destruction did not stop there. One person on the ground was also killed when debris and fire spread through the area. In addition, at least 19 others were injured as flames and wreckage affected nearby homes. Several houses caught fire following the crash, forcing emergency crews into a race against time to rescue residents and prevent the blaze from spreading further. The aircraft involved was an Airjet 55, operated by Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, a company that specializes in medical transport flights. Officials confirmed the plane's intended destination was Tijuana, Mexico, with a planned stop in Springfield, Missouri. However, the journey never truly began. The aircraft had only been airborne for about 30 seconds after taking off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport when something went catastrophically wrong. During a press conference, Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker described the situation as a sudden and severe failure, stating clearly that investigators would work to determine exactly what caused the crash. The tragedy came at an especially painful time. It occurred just 2 days after another deadly aviation disaster in Washington, D.C., where an American Airlines jet collided with a military helicopter. That incident killed all 67 people involved, making it the deadliest air disaster in the United States in nearly a quarter century. Together, the two events served as a stark reminder how quickly routine flights can turn into catastrophic loss. Going off-road is fun for many, but doing it without a seatbelt? Unwise. Here's why. Please always wear a seatbelt, people. The man who fell out is extremely lucky he wasn't crushed. No casualties in this situation. In this video, we see the investigation of a mother accused of leaving her 3 youngsters at a luxury hotel during a bridesmaid event. Police arrived at the scene after witnesses reported a violent disturbance and claimed the woman was extremely intoxicated. Initially, a friend explained that the youngsters' father had dropped them off unexpectedly, leading to a heated argument and the mother's attempt to flee the scene.
So our friend, bridesmaid, her boyfriend rolled up with her 3 kids that weren't invited, and he threw the kids at her. And she's drunk, can't drive. He's a drug dealer. She's drunk, and we don't want the kids to go home with them. So that's what's happening.
The footage shows the mother being confronted while sitting in her vehicle. She refused to provide her identification or social security number, leading to an immediate warning about obstruction charges. I feel terrible for the youngsters who were left in such a chaotic situation without a proper guardian. It is frightening to think that a mother would choose to drive under the influence while her children were in need.
We got a call about a concern about the condition that you're in, that you left your children here. Some people called in and said you were extremely intoxicated and drove away. So my name's Officer McGillicuddy, okay? So I'm just here to talk to you about what's going on tonight. So can you tell me what's going on with the kids?
No.
What's that?
No.
Step out of the car. All right, how much have you had to drink tonight? Step to the front of the car. Do you have your ID on you? No. Do you have a driver's license? Nope. You don't have a driver's license at all? Will you run the tag for me, Riley?
I did already. It comes back to some guy.
All right, what's your social?
Some guy. This is my car.
What's your...
Answer his questions.
What's your social?
You don't have to be mean to me. I own this car.
What's your social?
No. Find out.
If you don't identify who you are, you're going to go to jail for obstruction. Okay? What? Are you McGill?
See, you already know I am.
Okay, but I ran you in the driver's license this night, and I can't find you.
I am. I'm not playing the game.
Okay, so here's the thing. You have to identify. Shut your mouth until I ask you a question. You have to identify.
You're taking this call?
Yeah. I'm taking this part. I don't know about the children thing, but you need to identify to me who you are right now. Because here's the thing. Here's the situation you're in.
No.
You just left your children at a hotel without a guardian, so that can be considered child neglect. Ma'am, I don't think you understand the gravity of this situation.
I do.
Okay?
I really
What
do.
is your social security number?
No.
How much do you have to drink tonight?
Nope. Nothing.
You had nothing to drink?
Sober.
You reek like alcohol.
I probably do.
You're unsteady on your feet. You have red glass and bloodshot eyes.
I've been in the same
You have a strong odor of alcohol coming off your person. Okay, so I'm conducting a DUI investigation right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what is your name? Hey, no, it's not for me to find out. It's for you to tell me. Because here's the deal. If you don't tell me who you are, you're going to get charged with criminal obstruction. That's what's going on.
No, I'm just mad.
You know who this is?
I've never seen that dude in my life.
No, but if you needed a lawyer...
Okay. Go away,
have a nice night.
I'm so kidding. You're not even funny.
During the interaction, the officer noted a strong odor of alcohol, bloodshot eyes, and an unsteady gait. When the woman refused to participate in field sobriety tests, she was placed under arrest for DUI, obstruction, and 3 counts of felony child neglect.
Hi, ma'am. So here's the thing. You are displaying many, many indicators of possible impairment. I'm conducting a DUI investigation. Are you willing to do some field sobriety exercises? No. All right. Refusal to do the DUI exercises as I've lawfully requested will force me to make a DUI arrest decision based on the totality of the circumstances and everything I've observed up to this point. And your refusal to participate in the exercises will force me to make a DUI arrest decision right now and can be used against you in a court of law.
All right.
Or will you do the exercises?
No.
Turn around. Under arrest for DUI and obstruction and child neglect.
Is there anybody here for your children?
Can I make a phone call?
No.
Not right now.
Yeah, she reads.
Yeah, she does.
She had a lot to drink. Chad, 25, can you start me a female unit for a search? Let's go ahead and have her, let's go to the front of my car while I try to figure out who she is.
Yep.
Come on.
Why you gotta be a dick, dude?
Shut up. Walk.
Talk to me like that. Carrie, fuck you, bro. You gonna take care of my kids?
Face my car. So, you're not taking care of
You
your
gonna take care of my kids, bro?
You're not taking care of your kids.
You gonna take care of my kids, bro?
What kind of mother are you? You leave your kids.
I was.
What kind of mother are you? You leave your kids here. Bad mother, I guess. Because I'm a parent and I would never leave my kids drunk at a hotel with people I don't know. Do you even know who your kids are with right now?
Don't touch me, bro.
Don't jerk away from me.
The situation escalated when the mother began to jerk away from the officers, forcing them to use a quick motion to secure her.
Listen to me. Listen to me. This is about to go. I know. Stop it. Stop it.
Relax.
I don't want to hurt you, but you're about to get there. Stop it. Sit. Yeah. Well, we need to, right now we need to find like a parent or a guardian. My understanding is that there was a male involved here.
Correct. He left on foot.
Is he the dad?
No. Threw the kids at her. Left. They were fighting in the parking lot. She was trying to take the kids. I wasn't having it. This is not okay. This has happened multiple times. She was clean for a very long time and then started using heroin with this gentleman. Yeah.
You think she's seen her tonight?
No, absolutely not.
And she just seems really drunk.
Yeah, she's drunk.
If you guys could just back up a little bit for us.
Of course. Relax. Spread your feet for me, please.
You're making this work.
Please, spread your feet for me, please. Don't fucking touch me, dude. Don't kick. Spread your feet. Stop it. Stop it. Spread your feet for me, please, Mickey.
Spread your feet.
There's nothing on me. Yo, somebody better tear me out of jail.
Ma'am, you're in no condition to drive your
Yeah, I know. I came back to get my kids. Yo, if somebody doesn't fucking bail me out, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed off.
While in the back of the patrol car, she began banging her head against the cage, resulting in a visible cut on her eye.
You will be.
My driving.
You'll be committing a misdemeanor.
Dude, this
refusal to submit to the test requested of you is admissible into evidence in any criminal proceeding. Will you take a breath test? Okay, refusal.
Did you take this shit off of me? It hurt.
No, so right now you're under arrest for felony child neglect. Felony child neglect for leaving your children here.
Dude, they're with my friends.
Who are they with?
Are you my best friends of 20 years?
Can you mark the current time as a breath refusal?
I'm getting arrested for child neglect with my friends over 20 years?
Always have a sober plan for your youngsters if you're attending an event where alcohol is served. How would you react if you saw a parent leaving their youngsters alone at a hotel while intoxicated? Do you think a 1-year probation sentence is enough for a case involving child neglect and DUI? A swift intervention by the hotel staff likely kept those youngsters safe from further harm. Out of nowhere, a dangling wire that was fastened to a huge bridge pillar gave way. The only thing a worker could have done at the precise moment was to stand there and hang on to it. A ladder also fell from the height, just missing them, which made the situation worse. This incident unfolded in Memphis, Tennessee on the evening of July 7, 2024 at roughly 9:30 p.m. The setting was the 5900 block of East Shelby Drive, an ordinary convenience store in what appeared to be a quiet area. To anyone passing by, it would have looked like just another routine stop, but within minutes, that normal scene would turn into something far more dangerous. The victim had entered the store simply to buy a snack and a drink, expecting nothing unusual. Inside, everything followed the familiar rhythm of a typical late-night errand. Outside, however, a completely different situation was quietly developing. Security footage shows the suspects already in position. Their behavior stands out immediately. Not frantic, not sloppy, but controlled and deliberate. They move with a calmness that suggests planning and experience. Every step appears calculated. They monitor the victim through the store windows, carefully watching his actions as he prepares his purchase and approaches the counter. Meanwhile, the person behind the wheel of the getaway vehicle remains inside the car, maintaining a casual appearance. At one point, he's even seen eating, blending into the surroundings while still keeping track of the situation. Nearby, the individual who would carry out the robbery methodically prepares. A hood is pulled into place. The surroundings are checked. Eyes scan the street for witnesses or unexpected obstacles. When the lookout signals that the victim is about to leave the store, the operation shifts instantly into motion. The armed suspect steps out and moves toward the parking lot, keeping the firearm concealed as long as possible. At the same time, the lookout transitions into the driver's seat, ensuring a quick escape once the robbery is complete. The coordination is precise, unfolding almost like a rehearsed sequence. Everything changes the moment the victim exits the store. As he approaches his vehicle, he quickly notices the hooded figure closing in with a weapon. In an instant, what began as a normal evening becomes a life-threatening encounter. Yet instead of panicking, the victim reacts with remarkable composure. His movements are subtle but intentional. He steps back slightly, positioning himself carefully while remaining calm. His body angle shifts in a way that keeps a possible escape route open while also maintaining awareness of the threat. Every action suggests he is thinking several steps ahead. When the suspect reaches forward and grabs the victim's phone, a brief moment of distraction occurs. That single second becomes critical. The victim immediately takes advantage of the opportunity. With precise timing, he draws his own firearm. The shift in control is instant. The suspect recognizes the change and quickly reacts, turning his focus entirely toward the new threat. What follows is a rapid exchange of gunfire. Reports indicate that the victim fired first, discharging several rounds, while the suspect responded with a much larger number of shots. Despite the intensity of the confrontation, the outcome is surprisingly limited in terms of physical harm. Some accounts mention a minor injury, but no life-threatening wounds were reported. The entire encounter lasts only moments, yet every second carries immense weight. The tension, the decision-making, and the speed at which the situation evolves highlight just how thin the line can be between safety and disaster. What makes this footage especially striking is not only the danger itself, but the victim's ability to remain composed under extreme pressure. His awareness, timing, and controlled reactions ultimately prevented a far worse outcome. The incident serves as a powerful reminder that serious threats can emerge in the most ordinary settings. It also demonstrates how calm thinking, situational awareness, and decisive action can dramatically change the course of a dangerous encounter. In the end, what could have become a tragic event instead stands as a real-world example of survival through focus, preparation, and split-second judgment. What transpires here is baffling. Hitting the gas instead of the brakes is a common mistake I'll never understand. Please be careful, everyone. There is a serious safety concern when you destroy the earth beneath your feet. This man believed that the concrete floor was still sturdy enough to walk on, but the support had already been demolished by his final sledgehammer stroke. He discovered the hard way that working from a stable platform is always preferable.
That's it, please! Please! Hands up now! Hands up now! Hands up! Get your hands up! Good!
On the morning of January 28, 2026, a quiet apartment complex in Knoxville became the center of a tense and rapidly unfolding police operation. Special crime detectives with the Knoxville Police Department had been tracking credible information connected to a missing and endangered 15-year-old girl. Investigators believed she was being kept inside an apartment at the North Park Apartments on Tillery Road by a 46-year-old man named Angel Melendez, who was not related to her. The situation had already raised alarm statewide. Just one day earlier, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation had issued an endangered child alert for the girl after she was reported missing. As detectives dug deeper, they developed enough evidence to pursue criminal charges against Melendez. Warrants had been filed accusing him of concealing and harboring a runaway child, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and theft of a firearm. With the risk level rising, police prepared to move in carefully and recover the teen safely. At approximately 10:25 a.m., members of KPD Special Operations Squad arrived at the apartment. Their objective was clear: take Melendez into custody and bring the missing girl out unharmed. Officers approached the unit and knocked loudly, announcing their presence again and again. They remained at the door for an extended period, giving every opportunity for a peaceful surrender. When no safe resolution came from outside, they were granted consent by the property owner to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was tight and uncertain. Officers moved through the apartment with caution, clearing rooms one by one. In a small bedroom, they located both Melendez and the missing teen. What happened next unfolded in seconds. According to investigators, when confronted by the entry team, Melendez reached for a handgun and raised it toward the officers. Faced with an immediate armed threat at close range, two special operations survivors, Lieutenant Sean Shreve and Sergeant Chris Hutton, opened fire. Multiple shots were fired. Melendez was struck and went down inside the bedroom. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Angel! Police Department!
So you want to go on away?
That's up, please! Police Department! Police Department! Hands up now! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Drop it! Get her out! Get her out! I got it! Bravo 1. Bravo 1.
But the danger did not end there. Only moments after the shooting, as officers were still processing the sudden burst of violence, the missing juvenile allegedly grabbed a large knife and swung it at one of the officers nearby. Officer Terry Crow was struck in the head during the attack. Fortunately, he was wearing a protective helmet as part of his tactical gear, and the blow did not cause injury. Officers were able to regain control of the scene before anyone else was hurt. What began as a rescue mission had turned into a split-second deadly encounter, followed immediately by another violent act. Investigators say the rapid escalation is a stark reminder how volatile recovery operations can become, especially when weapons are present and emotions are running high. The girl at the center of the alert was successfully located during the operation, bringing an end to the search that had triggered statewide concern. In the aftermath, multiple agencies began reviewing the sequence of events inside the apartment, including the officer-involved shooting and the assault that followed seconds later. For those involved, the scene was one of sudden chaos packed into less than a minute. A forced entry, an armed confrontation, gunfire in a confined room, and then a knife attack immediately after. A rescue that could have ended quietly instead turned into a deadly and unpredictable clash. Investigations into the incident remain ongoing as of this upload. Uploaded to YouTube on January 26, 2023, this unsettling footage from the channel 401 Files documents a solo winter camping expedition deep inside Dalby Forest in North Yorkshire, a place long surrounded by eerie rumors and unexplained reports. Over the years, the forest has developed a reputation tied to strange lights in the sky, alleged UFO encounters, mysterious animal mutations, and sightings of figures that were never fully identified. It isn't simply another patch of wilderness. To many, it's a location where something feels off the moment you step inside. The host, known for carefully exploring unusual locations and documenting fringe phenomena, chose Dalby Forest deliberately. This wasn't just about camping in harsh winter conditions. It was about confronting the unsettling history attached to the land itself.
Brought you back today to a place that we have explored before. This was last year, and it's a place that has
dogman sightings, creepy stories and evidence, cases of human mutilation, animal mutilation, UFOs and extraterrestrials, and everything in between. This is Dalby Forest, a large forested area situated on the east coast of Britain, and we're going to spend the night here tonight and explore.
The forest's isolation, combined with decades of strange accounts, made it an ideal setting for an experiment in both endurance and observation. From the beginning, the environment proved brutal. Temperatures had plunged well below freezing, and even simple tasks became difficult. Handling cameras, adjusting equipment, and even keeping batteries functional was a constant struggle. Every breath created visible frost in the air. The ground was coated in snow, and the dense trees muffled sound in a way that created an unnatural silence. It wasn't peaceful quiet. It was a kind that makes you feel watched. He wasn't completely alone. His dog, Lily, remained by his side throughout the night, providing some sense of companionship. But even her presence couldn't erase the growing tension that seemed to settle over the campsite as darkness took hold.
Hi guys, I'm not sure how well you can all hear me. I've just come into the woods, sat down, dropped my bag, and got my little lantern set up at the side of me. It's absolutely freezing. The forecast did predict that the temperature would be dropping significantly as the night progresses, but my god, it's extremely cold. I've not even checked how cold it is on my phone right now. I'm trying to preserve the battery as best I can so I can get the filming done and you know, use this as an emergency point of call if I need to. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I won't, but yeah, it is extremely cold. I'm gonna get a hot drink on right now because I need to get something warm inside me as this temperature begins to drop and drop even further. So Lily's got her collar on, her illuminated collar, just for anyone that's interested. The colours tonight is green. Last time we had red, tonight it's green. So if you do see any green lights running through the trees behind me, it's likely to be Lily. Yeah, so far so good. The night came in pretty quick, and I've been stressed, I won't lie, you know, trying to get the tap set up and things with my hands being so cold. I've been really stressed trying to get the ridge line up and peg that thing down because it is quite windy. Hopefully it's not showing too much on the video. I've had to crouch down behind a tree right now just so you guys can hear me. All the recordings before this was just far too windy. You could hardly hear a thing I was saying. But yeah, I've struggled with the tap. I've got that up now. And like I said, I'm just going to get a hot drink on and talk to you guys through the night.
As night fully arrived, the atmosphere shifted. Faint noises began to emerge from the surrounding woods. Subtle movements, occasional rustling, sounds that were too deliberate to ignore, yet too indistinct to identify. The wind only intensified the unease, tugging against the tarp and creating sharp snapping noises overhead. While the host was experienced with remote camping, he openly admitted there was something different about this location, a strange stillness that felt unnatural. Then something even more unsettling appeared. Along the distant tree line, small lights became visible. They flickered faintly, hovered briefly, then vanished. They didn't behave like aircraft. They didn't resemble stars. Their movements were irregular, unpredictable, and difficult to track. At times they seemed to shift position entirely before disappearing behind the trees. The camera managed to capture glimpses, but the extreme cold made sustained filming nearly impossible.
There's some lights over there in the distance. I'm not sure what that is. My initial thought, well, that's Lily, obviously the green one, and she's really close to me, but those two white lights seem really far from the distance. My original thought just then was maybe a road, but they don't seem to be moving. And they're not constant, they keep going on and off, and one of them just got really bright, so I have no idea what that is. Try and zoom in. Seems like there's three now as well, like there's a middle one turning up. I have no idea what that is. It's too far for me to go investigate, and it's definitely not stars. We're looking at ground level here right across the horizon, but it seems too far from the distance for me to go over that way and investigate. And holding my hands out like this with the camera. I'm struggling because they're so cold. But yeah, I have no idea what that is at this point.
As the hours passed, the feeling of isolation deepened. Beyond the narrow reach of his light source, everything was swallowed by darkness. He couldn't see what might be moving in the forest, only hear occasional disturbances in the distance. The awareness that he was completely alone in such a vast environment became impossible to ignore. During the night, he reflected on the forest's long history of strange reports, including investigations by former police officer Tony Dodd, who later became known for researching unexplained phenomena. Dodd documented cases involving mutilated animals discovered in the area, often described as being arranged with unusual precision. There were also accounts of unknown aerial craft and encounters with figures that witnesses struggled to explain. Whether those stories were exaggerated, misunderstood, or entirely factual, they contributed to a growing sense that Dalby Forest held a reputation unlike ordinary wilderness.
I've said this before, but I'm really going to quickly just throw this in there once more, is that when I'm filming like this, the light on the phone is shining at me, and that's why I'm illuminated. Granted, I've got this little lantern in my hand right as well, this little thing here. But the downside to that is that behind the camera right now, I can't see anything. It's pitch black. And so technically something could be stood only a few meters away from me and I would have no idea. That's a terrifying thought.
What made the experience truly unsettling wasn't a single dramatic event. It was the slow accumulation of small details, the unexplained sounds, the distant lights, the overwhelming darkness just beyond visibility. Each time the camera turned toward the host, everything behind him was completely black. There was no way to know what might be standing just outside the frame.
Up through the tree canopy right now, and I can quite distinctly see the Seven Sisters, the Pleiades constellation. And whenever I'm out and it's a clear night, that is always the constellation that I tend to gravitate to, because in my opinion, that's where they're coming from. You know, there will be many other constellations out there where life forms are leaving and returning day in, day out. No doubt about that. But the one that keeps cropping up, if we go off eyewitness testimonies and abduction claims, is the Pleiades constellation. You know, a lot of these people come back and report that these beings come from around that area. So I always look up at that and just think, that is where they are.
Later in the night, he noticed the Pleiades star cluster shining clearly above the treetops, a formation often linked in folklore to extraterrestrial theories. It became a quiet moment of reflection. It also intensified the sense of mystery surrounding the location. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted into sleep. By morning, nothing had been definitively explained. The lights remained unidentified. The sounds had no clear source. The forest offered no answers. In the end, the experience reinforced a simple but unsettling realization. Some places carry an atmosphere that feels heavier than logic alone can explain. In Dalby Forest, it isn't necessarily a creature, a stranger, or a visible threat that unsettles you most. Sometimes it's simply the overwhelming presence of the forest itself, vast, ancient, silent, and quietly reminding you that you are not truly meant to belong there. Just before dawn, when most neighborhoods are silent and still, a quiet street in Charlotte was about to become the setting for a carefully planned theft. Inside one home, a married couple slept peacefully, completely unaware that a coordinated group was already gathering outside their driveway. Parked there were two vehicles, a Durango RT and a highly sought-after Hellcat Charger wide body. Both were expensive, but it quickly became obvious which one had drawn attention. The Durango remained untouched. Every movement outside centered around the Charger. The first sign of trouble came not from noise, but from technology. A sudden alert from the vehicle monitoring system woke the homeowners. The notification reported unusual vibrations and possible movement near the car. When they checked their security cameras, what they saw was shocking. 8 individuals were positioned around the driveway. One stood near the front entrance, holding an electronic relay device, a tool designed specifically to capture and extend a vehicle key fob signal from inside a home. This method allows thieves to unlock modern vehicles without breaking windows or forcing entry. Instead, it tricks the car into believing its owner is standing nearby. While that individual worked the device, Others moved with precision. 2 approached the Charger directly. Another acted as a lookout toward the street. Nearby, a stolen Charger completed a quick turnaround, positioning itself as a getaway vehicle. A second stolen car idled further down the road, engines running, ready for a rapid escape. Every action suggested experience. The group moved efficiently, as if following a routine they had practiced before. Moments later, the Charger's exterior lights flashed. The signal relay had successfully fooled the vehicle into unlocking. Immediately, 2 of the men entered the car while another remained outside to assist. The operation appeared smooth and controlled, almost cinematic in how quickly it unfolded. But despite their planning, they had overlooked one critical obstacle. The homeowners had already received alerts from their monitoring system, meaning they were fully aware of the situation as it happened. At the same time, the Hellcat was equipped with additional anti-theft protections beyond basic keyless entry. Although the relay device could unlock the doors, it could not override the deeper immobilizer systems required to actually start and drive the vehicle. Inside, the couple watched the tense scene unfold through their cameras, knowing their security measures were actively preventing the theft. Outside, frustration began to replace confidence. The men moved quickly, trying different approaches, but nothing worked. Their plan was failing. After several tense moments, the group abandoned the attempt. One by one, they returned to their waiting vehicles and disappeared into the early morning darkness, leaving the Charger exactly where it had been. The entire incident was captured on security footage, from the precise coordination of the thieves to the moment they realized they could not bypass the layered defenses. What could have been a devastating loss instead became a powerful example of how modern security systems and real-time alerts can stop even highly organized theft attempts. As daylight slowly returned, the neighborhood appeared unchanged. The driveway remained quiet. The Hellcat sat untouched. For the homeowners, the experience served as a lasting reminder. Threats can arrive suddenly and silently, but preparation, awareness, and advanced security technology can turn a carefully planned crime into nothing more than a failed attempt. In the end, it was a tense encounter measured in minutes, one that demonstrated how vigilance and layered protection can make all the difference when danger appears without warning. Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.